Boston Celtics, WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots dropped to 1-1 on the season yesterday after losing their home opener to Seattle 23-20 in overtime. Rookie Jalen Polk had his first touchdown catch, and Ramondre Stevenson added a touchdown run. But the Seahawks got a 38-yard field goal from Jason Myers with 55 seconds left in regulation to tie it, and then a 30-yarder with 4:37 left in the OT for the win. A big problem for the Patriots, once again the passing game. Gerard Mayo's team completed a total of 3 passes to wide receivers.
Each team is going to try to attack us different ways. Well, we definitely have to start to get the ball down the field. We got to start pushing the ball down the field to get that shell defense, to get that shell defense. And we got to be able to run. We got to be able to pass. We just got to be able to ping pong between the two. It's something that we need to work on. That's what I would say. Patriots
now have a quick turnaround. They head to MetLife Stadium Thursday night to play the Jets. Jets are also 1-1. They beat Tennessee yesterday 24-17. In other football news, the NFL Network reported yesterday Miami quarterback Tua Tagovailoa has no plans to retire despite another scary concussion Thursday night. He's seeing specialists. There is no timeline for his return, but when he's medically cleared, he will. Red Sox lost to the Yankees 5-2 at the stadium. Aaron Judge, another homer, is 53rd of the season for the winners. Sox lose 3 out of 4 in the Bronx. They're at 500 with 12 games left. They open up a 3-game series against Tampa Bay at Tropicana Field tomorrow night. And after a road loss to Missouri Saturday, Boston College dropped out of the AP Top 25 college football poll yesterday. They are 2-1. They host Michigan State on Saturday night. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Dr. Matthew Lopresti and Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, the hair doctor of Charlie McAvoy. Call 1-800-GET-HAIR for your free virtual or in-person hair loss consultation. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Get
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app.
Fred, hello. Hello. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Open him up with a football.
98.5. The Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Dutcher and Hardy. We are in the Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And you can watch us on YouTube. And now, whoa. Hey-o. And now you can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube and get that going for yourself. We have a lot of football today, as we'll be talking to Mike Reese. We'll be talking to Bob Sosi. We'll be breaking it all down and getting it all out, if you know what I'm saying. If you see where I'm coming from.
I'm very much looking forward to it, Fred. I don't know if that required a response, but I'm here for all of that.
Yeah. You'll be here, or you will not be paid, as you are an hourly employee, and you'll be forced to punch out at the end of if you leave early. You'll have to punch out.
Do you remember? It was definitely for a time at the Sports Hub, but BCN. We had to do timesheets every week.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe it's Sports Hub too, but
that. Sports Hub.
But BCN it was like some corporate mandate back when we were CBS, and you had to fill out a timesheet every week that said what shows you worked on, what your hours were.
Had to fill in the actual hours.
You had to fill in the. I'm like, what? I'm here every day. You know where I am. You could turn on the radio. You hear me. It's kind of like, account for your days, account for your time. Okay, well, it's pretty easy. I'm accountable because I'm here. I'm at work. I'm working. But they also wanted us to lie and say that we were working, especially on BCN, for 8 hours every day.
No, that was at Sports Hub too. You had to lie. Yeah, pretty much 6 to 10 every day for me.
Yes,
but no, we want you to say 6 to 2.
Yeah, we want you to say that you're staying at the radio station until 2 p.m. every day.
Yeah. Well, that's still. I mean, they still are 8 hours. Like when you take a vacation day, you're taking it at 8 hours.
Yeah.
Even on the system.
Right.
So yeah, I guess that's just the old way, the old boomer way of an 8-hour workday, which is just antiquated. No one works 8 hours anymore. Everyone works 4.
Well, for the 4 hours that we're here, quote unquote, working, it's a bit pretty accountable for those 4 hours. Yeah, we're in here.
Judging by the people that that have white collar jobs, let's say white collar jobs.
Yeah, that are technically punching in at 8:30 and working until 5:30.
Yeah, how many of those 8:30 is bold for getting in? But let's just for the sake of argument, fine.
Sure.
That's a 9-hour day.
Yep.
Okay, so
with an hour for lunch.
Sure. Okay. So they're really break room in it.
Yeah.
Okay. This is an office space situation. This is like, okay. Out of that time,
yeah.
How many, if you add it up like by minutes and then, extrapolate it into hours, how many hours a day do you think they're spending on doing work?
I mean, I was going to make a joke and say about 45 minutes of actual work, but I'll say 2 hours of actual work getting done.
Because my friends that are in like sales, not radio sales, but because I don't know, I don't have anyone like them that close to in radio sales. Like I like the sales department. I'm just not good friends with any of them. But like my good friends that are in sales, like I don't know what they do. I have one guy that I know that's in sales that goes to he lives not close to there, but he goes to the Framingham Lifetime because he likes watching the Brazilian ladies because they wear bikinis.
Oh, at the pool.
At the pool.
Yeah.
So he specifically like on like a Monday will just go and drive I don't even want to say where he lives, but drive to the distance that it takes to get to Framingham, which is not close to him.
Not easy to get to, by the way, that Framingham Lifetime.
I don't even know where it is, but he deliberately goes to that pool so he can look at the Brazilian ladies in the bikinis because he thinks that they're very attractive.
Now, I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound like I'm pandering or just trying to kiss up to my wife, but the fact is she's in sales. She works from home, I don't know, a couple days a week, few days a week or something. She's actually working. And when I was doing middays, she would be at her desk 8:30, 8:45, and she would be there when I left, to go to the radio station. I'd come home, I'd be home by 2:45, and she would be there. And she is and she will tell you, like, working from home, that gives like some license to the bosses and to the clients too. It's like, oh, well, you're never really off the clock because you're working from home.
Yeah.
So a lot of times she's working until, even when she like shuts it down, oh no, she get a call, she get an order, something 6, 7 o'clock
That's
at night.
the thing. My wife's the exact same way.
Yeah, she puts
the same way. She's worked from home for 4 or 5 years now. You just described her work day.
Well, I don't know. I've seen people work from home very intimately. And there's a Zoom call here, and then there's a lot of space.
Oh,
in
there's a
between
lot
the
of
Zoom calls.
garbage that goes on during that work
Yeah,
day,
but
she's not chained to her desk the entire
Right, that's
day.
what I'm saying. Is that like, but that's sporadic. It doesn't change. I don't doubt she works hard and blah blah blah. But like it's sporadic work. Like there'll be a Zoom call, and then there'll be an hour, and then there'll be like another Zoom call, and then there'll be 90 minutes. And then there'll be, like, I've seen it all. And how many of those Zoom calls I don't know about in sales. I don't even know if you're selling and during those things. But I know in the corporate world, there is a lot of BS that requires no attention. Like, so, and we get a taste of that whenever there's a corporate Zoom that we have to do.
Oh, I had one last week. It was really good.
Yeah. How much
Very informative.
would you consider that working?
Oh, yes. The breakout rooms where we discuss
yeah.
things.
So that's working.
Swapping of ideas.
At least
For a normal grown-up person in a quote-unquote grown-up job, yes, that is work. That would be part of your work day.
No, it is. It's considered work, but I don't think it requires much effort.
I didn't consider that hour that I spent on that Zoom to be working. I mean, I didn't want to do it, and I had to do it for my job. But that to me, that's not what I do for work.
Okay,
I don't
but
do meetings.
But if you're in a Zoom call for your job and you work at a corporation, the amount of nonsense that you have to do that you'd be better off just not even being on it because you're not doing anything on it.
Right.
And like you're doing your nails or you're watching TV over the screen. I mean, come on, let's be honest. In the corporate world, everyone justifies their job, it seems, by not the workers, but like people in management stuff justify their jobs by calling nonsensical Zoom meetings that aren't required. Well, that you'd be better off without.
The people who are conscientious and good at their jobs tend to resent having to go into the office because all that is an hour wasted getting there, extra time getting ready for the office. Whereas, if you're going to work from home, you're ready in 10 minutes. Quick shower, brush the teeth, let's go. Sit down and go to work. It's just time wasted going in, going out. And if it's not something that requires intimate interaction with your coworkers, no. For salespeople, it's like the interactions with your clients, and 90% of that is over the phone, email, and all that stuff. Why should one be required to go to the office for that stuff?
I can tell you why. Is that first of all, in anything creative, it pays to be in the office. Like if you're like in creative and advertising, or if you're in even like marketing, I would say that first of all, there's a corporate culture that you can build. If you're a good company, you can build like a culture around it. You can develop loyalty to the company. I think it's very from a top. Like if I'm like own or I'm a president of a company, having people into the office, I think would to me be very, very important because I can build my corporate culture. But say that if I'm a worker, I don't like being in the office and it's not necessary. It is, if you're in advertising, I truly believe if you're in anything creative or anything where it's ideas, like there's a group consciousness and you have to come up with something that like, let's put it this way. The writers from Saturday Night Live don't work from home. Like, like they go in. And how many stories have you heard about, Norm Macdonald punching up someone's sketch that because they walked in? Like, just that interactions, you can come up with stuff.
That's a totally different job and environment, though, when you're talking about.
Right, but I'd also, with salespeople, want to keep an eye on them. Unless they, unless they were hitting every number. Like, I'd give golden tickets where you didn't have to come in. But I'd like to keep my eye on these salespeople. Because I think sometimes salespeople take a week off, and you don't even know it. That they're like, I think sometimes they're at a pool, and then they walk inside, and then they get on like a 15-minute Zoom with a fake backdrop on. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think that I'd like to keep my eye on them. I always think if I'm the boss, I'd like to keep my eye on things. I'd like to see what's going on. But I'd also like to build a corporate culture. And also, if I wasn't, I don't know why, like at a certain point, like you wouldn't want to come into work a couple days a week just to like have, that part of your life. Like, so you're not so isolated. I guess if you're in sales, you're going out and stuff all the time. But beyond that, like if I had a job that I didn't have human interaction, like I always said this to my ex-wife, I'm like, why don't you go in? I don't want to go in. Like I'd be like, why don't you go in? Like there's people there. Like, I'm not saying going in every day, but like twice a week, go in and I think you would want that as a person to go in and at least be around people, to be around your coworkers, build some kind of relationship with them. Fall in love. Do that. Make things easier on everyone. But there you go. That's my take. I'm sure that pissed off 1,000 people, because every time I say, if I was a boss, I'd have people come into work, people get furious because they do not want to go into work. And
How
they
could
act like
anyone?
I'm their
How
boss.
could anyone get angry at you when you begin a sentence? If I were the boss, because that's so comical and nonsensical and out of the realm of possibility to begin with. How can anyone get angry and take that serious?
You know what I was thinking about was my broadcasting days were done. That I really should run. I am dead serious.
For office,
is that I should
for
run.
Congress.
No. Yeah, I don't think I'd. Who knows? I guess.
How about mayor?
I guess I was going to say with my background, I probably couldn't, but now, yeah, I think I'd probably be all right. But no, that I could, if you gave me a cluster of radio stations and you put me in charge, you gave someone to do the business part, and you put me in charge of the on-air product. I could work 5 stations. I'd improve their ratings tenfold. I really would.
Tenfold.
Some of them.
So a station that's struggling with a 3 share, they're going to have a 30 when you get done with them.
Oh, sure. Maybe I exaggerate with tenfold. I could double their ratings.
Well,
triple their ratings. I really think I could.
All right, so here's what we'll do. Later in the week, or maybe
when?
I don't know, Wednesday.
No, we got some for Wednesday. But go ahead.
Oh, do we?
The zoo.
Oh, I didn't know we had scheduled that on Wednesday.
I don't know. I was thinking that maybe we haven't talked about it, but go ahead.
Frickin' Thursday, then.
All right.
I'm gonna air check a random radio station from somewhere in these United States, and you are going to give pointers as to how to improve it.
Yeah. Okay. That's. I'd have to get down and dirty in the place for a week and see what was doing.
No, it's not possible.
Because just air checking a jock isn't gonna. I guess
Fred, it's the imaging, it's the jock,
Okay.
it's the promos,
Sure.
it's a lot of stuff.
Sure. Fair enough. Okay, I'll do it. I'm dead serious, and I think it might. Who knows what it pays, but I think that it might. I was thinking about that. I'm like,
You know what this sounds like you're better suited for, and I think more likely than being put in charge of a cluster of 5 radio stations. Consultant.
Yep. Consultant. Those guys, they rake it in. Hired guns traveling from place to place, making everything better, and then they leave.
It's a waste of money. I'd feel guilty taking the people's money.
You don't
You'd
feel
have to
guilty
put me
now.
in charge.
All your other interactions.
I deliver, baby.
All those other interactions with consultants for you have gone so well in the past.
Well, I was at a station that had 2.
I know, which is
Which is kind of
2 makes it better, doesn't it?
Well, no, they don't agree, and then you're just kind of left in limbo. I can't believe they hired 2. They had so much money and were so unsure of everything. And you got to understand how much money the station was making. It was making like stations like this money makes. Mm-hmm. It was ridiculous. All right, we'll be back. The Patriots played yesterday. They hung tight. There are some issues. And by the way, do not write them off on Thursday night. What they do well it plays into it goes against what the Jets do struggle with.
Jets can't defend the run?
Not well. And also the what they struggle with, the Jets aren't great at, which is pass protection. So I don't really think I don't write that game off. Take the under.
Thursday is also the great equalizer. So fewer days to get ready. Thursday, you tend to see the weirder results.
Is there a home team shift there? You would think the home team would do better on Thursday, but who knows? I mean, you got that big flight to New York.
Right.
It's very difficult for them to get it together. Plus, they struggle for lodging there. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. We'll start with the Patriots.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Hey, everybody. We are Chutcher and Hardy. And Hardy, the home team football game situation happened
said,
yesterday.
yes.
The home opener with the home team up against the
Patriots.
rival
Patriots, right?
New England Patriots.
Yeah,
Yes, some
got
people
'em.
get confused because they're not in Boston.
Yeah.
They're as much Rhode Island and Connecticut and
what-
Vermont's and New Hampshire's and Maine's as anyone.
At what age were you when you determined and kind of got it into your head that the Patriots were a Boston football team?
I don't recall. They never occurred to me when I was a kid.
They were so bad, right?
They were never on TV.
Ever.
There was no Sunday Ticket. I mean, when were they on TV? They saw them in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see. I used to tape Inside the NFL because that was the only time I could see Jets highlights, like real Jets highlights. So, and I don't even remember the Jets playing the Patriots on Inside the NFL. Go ahead.
If it makes you feel any better, remember there used to be blackout rules in the NFL. If it wasn't a sellout, it wasn't on local TV. And the Patriots were so bad, they were never on local TV. And when the road games were, then you'd get the Z broadcast team. That's how bad it was.
Very familiar with the blackout rules.
Well,
Okay, it's true.
you're getting LBTs right now. Do you want to know what LBTs means? Lion broadcast teams. You're getting the old. Yesterday you had Fox.
Yep.
You had a Fox game because there was two network games on yesterday. They had the Jets Titans on CBS at the same time, which is very rare. But you had an LBT Lions broadcast team.
You got a lot of Kenny Albert back in the day?
Oh, my friend, D-list team. Every Lions game you put on that Sunday Ticket, and you'd be like, "Who are these guys?" But that's who you get.
Well, for your, as you so eloquently put it, Fred, your home football New England team, very few games circled on the calendar to start this season. When you're looking at the schedule and you're trying to find your wins, probably not there, not that. This is one. This is one that probably, if you thought you were going to have any kind of a season, you probably thought they were going to drop the season opener on the road against the Bengals, but you would come home, and if you were going to get a win in the first 4, 5, 6 games, this would be the one. And you circled this home matchup against the Seahawks. Geno Smith, new head coach. How tough could it be? Well, the Patriots flipped the script a little bit by winning their season opener on the road against the Bengals, and then yesterday looked like they might be adding to that script as Jacoby Brissett hooked up early and often with a certain tight end.
Now the 1st and 10 after the 8-yard completion from the Seattle 43. Douglas motions to the near side, short side of the field. And then reverses direction left with Stevenson behind Brissett. Play fake by Jacoby. Under rush. He somehow avoids it. He runs to the right with a ball fake. He throws it. He finds the tight end. And Henry is shorter down at the 31.
Hunter Henry. All of a sudden, you're hooking up. It's like Brady Gronkowski all over again.
I call
Are
it
you kidding me?
It's inspiration point. They're hooking up. By the way, Jacoby Brissett, give him some credit for being slippery.
Yes.
He was slipping in and out of things.
He needed to, but yes, that's true.
Well, yes, he's going to get killed.
If that offensive line cannot block.
No,
At
they
all.
cannot pass block. That's for sure.
No, run just like week 1, run block good, pass block bad.
And what are you paid to do, though? You're paid to pass block.
Well, that's not important for this
I believe that's the
conversation.
more difficult of the two.
Well, they're doing well right now, Fred. Hunter Henry is catching passes. They look good right this second.
Yes, Hunter Henry is.
Hunter Henry is
How about
catching
everyone
passes.
else?
Well, you got wide receivers.
All season in 2023, 1 for 4 last week in Cincinnati. It's a 2nd and goal to go. Quick snap to Brissett. In the pocket. Fires for the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Jalen Polk! His first as a Patriot! And New England takes the lead!
Hell yeah, they do. Finding Jalen Polk in the end zone, and all of a sudden you got a 7-0 football game, and it looks like you're on your way to 2-0 to start the season, baby.
5 catches from receivers yesterday.
Three catches.
Fred, don't spoil it.
Three catches. They were targeted 5 times.
So 2 tight ends. So the 3. Okay.
3.
1, 2, 3, 4. Not 4. Okay.
3, and one of them was in overtime.
Okay.
Polk had 2 catches during regulation. Osborne had 1 catch in overtime.
Oh, that's right. Okay, there you go. All right, my
John,
bad.
I don't have the
oversold
box score in front of me. Can you tell me how many catches DeMario Douglas had on how many targets?
That would be 0
Yeah,
for
he
both.
He was not targeted.
Wait, he must have been targeted at least a time or two.
No. He
was
You've
not
only
targeted.
got 2 receivers out there. How many times was he targeted?
0.
Oh, 0. 0 targets for Pop Douglas.
And Pop
Wow.
Douglas has not done anything this year, and I can't imagine that's has anything to do with Brissett. I can't believe that. I can't imagine that's his fault.
It's got a little something to do with Brissett because, and this happens every week in every team. Somebody isolates, they get not the all 22 yet, but they'll screen grab the all 22 shot that they will show up, throw up on the broadcast every once in a while, and they will circle open wide receivers. DeMario Douglas has been open in these first 2 games.
Okay,
he's been open a handful of times.
When he's been open, though, has Brissett been under siege? Or, I mean, is Brissett sitting back in the pocket, having time to look at the field and then seeing DeMario Douglas open?
There's
different
argument
kinds
I had
of
yesterday.
open.
It doesn't matter with Jacoby Brissett because he's not equipped to find these guys anyway.
Any quarterback, if given time, will find at least 1 open receiver once in a while. Any quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Brissett's not getting any time to throw.
Did you see them in a 2-minute drill at the end of the first half? Did you see them in overtime? Brissett has no chance. No chance. At the end of regulation, they had 55 seconds left. They were back in their own end. You might as well put them in the parking lot. They had no chance to move the football.
Well,
yeah, I don't really blame Brissett or the receivers. I mean, the receivers suck. You'll recall last week, I don't hear you disagreeing this week.
I don't know. We just listened to a Jalen Polk touchdown.
Clearly, he's pretty good. He got open in the end zone.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Wallach.
right. Well, if you watch the tape I read of week 1, Polk was doing a lot of good things. You don't always have to catch the ball to be a very effective receiver.
Did he catch?
I don't have to read about someone watching the tape. I watch the tape. I get in the lab and I watch the tape.
7
That's a
points,
waste of
Fred.
time.
Right now,
Yeah.
they're winning. They're winning because Jalen Polk caught a touchdown pass.
Everyone's being very sarcastic, but I'm serious. I now no one's going to know if we're being serious. or
Okay,
not.
here's
We've gotten
here's something
far
serious.
too dry.
Here's something serious. Okay, things can happen for a football team when there are a convergence of factors. Number 1, you have a quarterback who can throw. Number 2, you have a really good receiver who can get open. And also, number 3, you get coverage blown so badly, it really doesn't matter if the guy can throw or the guy can get open.
Seahawks showed some tempo on the first drive. Now the 2nd and 5 from the 44-yard line. Again, 3 receivers right, 2 left in the empty set. Geno Smith, where's the play sheet on his big left wristband? Checking out of the play. He's in the gun. Left foot forward. Still a 3-by-2 set. Tight end in motion to the left. Shotgun snap. Long ball down the left side, wide open. Metcalf in stride at the 20 by his lonesome. High step into the end zone.
He brought a backside blitz with Tavai on a late hug blitz. I'm watching the blitz. This had to be a busted coverage because Gonzalez has followed him all around the field since the snap of the first play. So he's underneath with Doug over the top. There had to be a miscommunication here.
Fair to say Christian Gonzalez was expecting some safety help on that DK Metcalf reception. He was all alone.
Yeah, there's this whole narrative before the game that Geno Smith's this terrible quarterback, and it's just not true. I mean, Geno Smith's a average to slightly above average quarterback in the NFL.
Yep.
I mean, it's funny because these guys get labeled, and I see why. Like, Geno Smith sucked when he played when he was a kid, but then they're in the league. Did you see Sam Darnold yesterday? I mean, like these or Baker Mayfield. Like, if you're can buy time and be in the NFL, these guys are all talented. I mean, Geno Smith was his first quarterback taken in the draft he was taken. It was a 2nd-round pick, but he was the first quarterback taken. Now, embarrassing stuff happened to him. He got hit in the face in the locker room when he was on the Jets, and he was terrible. But it is interesting to me. Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, and Sam Darnold all won yesterday. Mm-hmm. They all had good games, and they were all written off as jokes. Like, they were jokes. They were punchlines. And they had good games and were partially at least a good part of the reason their teams won yesterday. It just shows you how when you give up on a court, and Geno Smith and Sam Darnold, and Baker Mayfield wouldn't have succeeded where they were. It just wasn't working out. But if these guys are given another opportunity or a couple other opportunities, once the game slows down for them, it shows that they can play. I just find that interesting. How many of these quarterbacks that have flared out would have worked if someone would have kept them on a roster and given them another chance, is my point.
I think it's fair, and you also have to consider, what's the personnel, what are you surrounding them with,
exactly.
who you coaching them up with, and Fred, to your point, if maybe your receiving core, let's just say they're not gelling with your quarterback, or maybe your quarterback isn't quite getting things done, you go back to the ground, and that's what the Patriots did.
Two receivers right, direct snap to Stevenson. He runs it to the left side, and he's in for the touchdown. The Patriots take the lead.
And that made it 2017 on the direct snap to Ramondre Stevenson.
He might be a pro. He might be all pro. I mean, the way he's going, I'm telling you, he's going to run for 100 yards next week. I'm telling you right now, on Thursday or this week, he's going to run for 100 yards.
Fantastic.
At least. I'll tell you that.
He's going to get the ball a ton.
Well, he got the ball 21 times yesterday for 81 yards, but he did not lead the rushing charge in terms of yardage yesterday. There was someone who we'll get to who carried the ball about half as much, but thanks to a couple of long runs, ended up stealing the spotlight here. You want to hear this guy? Oh.
As the Patriots near
Antonio!
Osborne trots to
Antonio!
Receivers right. Henry, the tight end, left. Shotgun snap to Brissett. Shovel pass to Gibson. Runs away from a defender somehow. Come on. Sprint past the 30. Lombardi.
Way to go, Scott.
Chased by 3 Seahawks.
Oh, no. Touchdown.
No, it's not a touchdown.
Not a touchdown, but a 45-yard gain.
Okay, but because he slowed down to stiff arm the guy who is creeping up on his 6.
Yeah.
Like, why are you slowing down? God, what are you doing?
All right, Top Gun.
Well, seriously.
On his 6.
It was
I understood
impressive.
what he meant.
Antonio Gibson was
too, but
impressive
it's just a
yesterday,
dumb
but
way to
on
say.
this run right here,
Caught and tackled across the near sideline.
caught because you stopped and you turn around and you're going to stiff arm the guy who's coming up on your flank. Just keep going.
Oh, no.
By Witherspoon. Antonio Gibson somehow avoided a loss on the flip from Brissett. And he runs into the Seattle 23-yard line.
That's the risk defensively when you bring 10 guys up around the line of scrimmage. If you crease it, you're off. You're off to daylight. And that's what he did. Boom. Creases, breaks 2 tackles. He's off to the safety. If it's not for the backside safety, that thing's gone.
I'll tell you this, Scott is a lot better than a lot of these guys. If you're in the car, there's stations that play. They go game to game, like at 4 o'clock. Like I wasn't watching all the 4 o'clock games. Like they go game to game, and they go to the local broadcasts. The Steelers have a great play-by-play guy, and then just a buffoon as the color commentator.
Not Myron Cope anymore.
Yeah,
no, that's the play-by-play guy's good. It's just this buffoon.
But they figure if they have a competent, explain what's going on play-by-play guy, let's just have, some goof, some former player, somebody in there to provide some fun. Zoe is giving you as much information as Sosi does, and I mean they've really fallen into a rhythm. I know people still goof on Zoe for shouting and getting excited.
Well, every single guy does.
I just say if you're goofing on him, listen to the actual calls. Listen to the things that he tells you. And I've learned as much over the last 15 years about football, listening to the calls of the game on this radio station from Zoe and Sosi than you can anywhere else. And that's because he's doing an actual good job of analyzing the play after it's completed.
He'll tell you why it happened.
Right, he just did. He told you. He told you. You bring 10 guys up to the line of scrimmage.
Right.
All you have to do is crease it. And unless you've got a safety back, that guy's gone. And
you get the reaction, you get the unicorns and show ponies, but you also say, wow, well, this is why I started screaming.
Yeah, Craig Wolfe is the...
Who?
The Craig Wolfe, ex-offensive lineman, is the color commentator for the Steelers.
Okay.
And he's a buffoon. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
I mean, it's fun. I mean, he's a fun buffoon. But he's like, oh, boy, I used to do that a time, too. But he did attend South Hills Bible Chapel under the pastoral leadership of Dr. John H. Monroe.
He did what?
His personal life. I'm at his Wikipedia.
Yeah, okay. Give it to me again.
Okay, so it says, I'll just give this. He was born in 1958. He's a former football player and current analyst for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
He went to Syracuse. He was a fifth-round pick. He played from 80 to 89 for the Steelers, 90 to 91 for the Vikings. His personal life. Wolfie attended South Hills Bible Chapel under the pastoral leadership of Dr. John H. Monroe.
Oh, okay. Well, that's how he got the broadcasting gig, though. He went to Syracuse, so he probably took a degree.
Like our own
Broadcast
Ryan
journalism.
Johnston. Kaboom.
Nicely done. All right.
All right, we got a break.
Yeah, we'll break, and then we'll tell you what happened as you know, the game was not over at that point by any means.
All right, well, you'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Seattle got a 30-yard field goal from Jason Myers with 4:37 left in overtime. They beat the Patriots 23-20 at Gillette Stadium yesterday. Ramondre Stevenson, 81 yards rushing and a touchdown in the loss. Patriots are 1-1. They visit the Jets on Thursday night. Jets also 1-1. Aaron Rodgers, 2 touchdown passes in a 24-17 road win over Tennessee yesterday. According to the NFL Network, Tua Tagovailoa will not retire despite his latest concussion. Aaron Judge hit his second homer in as many days. Yankees beat the Red Sox 5-2 at the stadium yesterday. Sox dropped 3 out of 4 in the Bronx. They visit Tampa Bay tomorrow night. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Now open in Weymouth, Canton, Bedford, and Natick. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and
The first Tribe Called Quest album. So good. After Hours. The album's uneven, but this is a great song. This is the best song on the album.
I mean, obviously everybody should talk about the second and third albums. They're the best in the catalog, but I feel like the first album's a bit underrated.
Second and third album, best Tribe Called Quest album. Low End Theory or Midnight Marauders?
Low End Theory. Low End Theory.
So I go Midnight Marauders.
And that's what makes us special.
Wrong.
What?
But soft on your couch, now you got Siemens furniture. That's people love that.
That's right.
All right, we left off in the fourth.
Fife is quite a lover. He goes, let me get the little man out inside the boat. Let me hit it from the back.
I know what that means.
Hernia.
I know what that means.
He knows because he knows her anatomy.
Yeah.
All right, what's going on? You tell me. Where are we at in the game?
We left off in the fourth quarter after the Seahawks had a bad possession. They had a holding penalty. Keon White sack set up a 3rd and 27, so they punted. And then Antonio Gibson got loose on a 45-yard run. So, deep into territory. Patriots up 3. About 4 minutes left on the clock. Kick a field goal to go up 6.
The officials will mark the ball at the 30-yard line. So this will be
Nobody's open either.
a 48-yard field goal try by Joey Sly toward the north end of Gillette. In that open corner in the Lighthouse, of course. Trying to make this a 6-point game. Cardona's snap, handled by Behringer. Sly's kick is blocked. It's blocked and bounding toward the goal line. And it's going to roll to the back of the end zone. With Seattle coming up with a huge play, and as a result, getting terrific starting field position.
Killer.
And again, the further back you go, the lower the kick.
Sacks a killer.
Yep. 3:52 left in the game at that point, and the Patriots holding on to a 3-point lead.
Yeah. It's not the greatest place to have a block kick.
No.
I'll tell you that.
Seattle did manage to drive it down 47 yards in 9 plays after that. I mean, not a lot of impressive offense in the second half. By the way, Jacoby Brissett did start off by completing a lot of short passes. He was 7 for his first 8 pass attempts, but then he went through a stretch where he had 7 incompletions in a row.
Because Seattle, like the rest of the league in the future, are now going to sit on all the short routes. Phil Perry had a stat this morning. The longest ball that he threw the entire day was 20 yards, and that was a wheel route to Ramondre Stevenson, which was a floater up the right sideline. They can't throw the ball deep because they can't pass protect long enough for him to do that. So now teams understand that, and more to your point, Hardy, they took all the short routes away. So he had nothing. He had no chance at all. And you heard Zolak in that clip. He said right before the kick, there's nobody open anymore.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason for that.
They can't play May. I mean, they can't because they have no receivers and and the offensive line can't pass block. This would be a disaster. You can't put a kid that you value into that situation.
Oh, of course not.
Brissett's a sacrificial lamb. In fact.
But by the way, that was a first guess. Before the season started, we all sat here and said that you can't play this kid behind that offensive line.
But now it's obvious. I mean, people were saying after week 1, like, why don't you play him? Like, you can't.
No.
So here's the deal, is that if I'm the Patriots, I'm really looking into getting a veteran to back up Brissett, just to have around, even on the practice squad, just to have a guy that could come in. I wouldn't even put him on. You put him on the practice squad at first, but I mean, I don't. This insistence on keeping Joe Milton. If Brissett gets hurt, which he will.
Yeah, there were 2 plays yesterday. I thought he wasn't getting.
Yeah. And in week 1, we thought he was hurt too. Like Brissett's going to get hurt. He just is.
He's probably hurt already, but he's going to get injured and can't. And won't be able to play.
Yeah, he'll miss time. And the thing is that I wouldn't feel comfortable putting May into a game now. Like, if Brissett gets hurt, like, say Thursday night, short week, Brissett gets hurt in the second quarter. You want Drake May running around behind that line with no receivers? Because he can't.
Your offense is limited enough as it is.
Because he's not going to be able to get the ball out of his hands quickly for 2 reasons. 1, he's never done it before. And 2, no one's going to be open. And so he's going to have to hold the ball for that. If you get it out in a second and a half, then good. But he's going to have to hold on the ball 4 seconds. He's going to get killed. And then he's going to get all spooked, and then he's going to go to another team in 5 years and be good. That's what will happen. I don't like the way that this team is set up. All to keep Joe Milton. Ugh.
So a lot of timeouts left at the end of the games, at the end of regulation. So both teams actually had possession of the ball in the final minute. Came up short. Coin toss. Patriots win. Elect to take the ball. 3 and out on their opening drive in overtime. Meanwhile,
can't convert to 3rd and 1.
No.
Well, their left tackle was Caden Wallace at that point. You know, you had your starting left tackle, Vidarian Lowe, standing over on the sideline. Looked like the independent spotter was evaluating him. And Chukwuekorfor left during the week, so you had to flip the rookie, Caden Wallace, who hadn't played left tackle, over to left tackle, and 3 and out. Guess what? Can't block. That seems to be a theme with this team. So you punt the ball away and...
Oh, so you punt the ball away, and then, yes, the Seahawks get far enough down the field to set up what could be a game-winning field goal. I don't know. I can't remember what happened.
So Myers will come on to attempt the game winner. And again, as a former shot to the net from 31. There at hash mark toward the lighthouse. Stoll snap handled by Dixon. The kick by Myers to the uprights is good. And the Seahawks have come to Foxborough and won it over the Patriots. Another tight one between these two teams, and Seattle will prevail for the 4th straight time over the Pats in regular season play as they spoil the home opener for Gerard Mayo's team.
So I like how he says the lighthouse. He puts you almost like you're in the stadium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was a lot of controversy over who rang the bell yesterday.
Oh, very disrespectful. How dare you bring Malcolm Butler out there, the Super Bowl hero, against the Seahawks to ring the bell and troll your visitors. You're supposed to be gracious hosts. Oh, why don't you tell? Who cares? Bring Malcolm Butler back. Yeah, they've done. I think they should keep doing more for Malcolm Butler. After benching him in the Super Bowl and never explaining why it happened. You know what? Bring him back on a camp contract. Give him the $250,000 or whatever he made for 4 practices.
They did bring him back 2 years ago.
I know.
Didn't
Do it
work
again.
out too well.
Why not? Just give him money. I don't know if it's hush money or what.
Give him money?
If we keep hearing that we're going to get the full story. That's what the Malcolm Butler told us a couple of years ago at the Super Bowl. He's going to write a book. He's going to tell the story. I asked him flat out. I'm like, do you feel like maybe they're just doing you a solid by bringing you back into camp, even though that you didn't make the team? You know, come on back. You know, here's a contract.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, oh yeah. He pretty much admitted to it. He's like, yeah, there was, I wanted to make the team, but yeah, that was a solid. They did me, bringing me in, giving me a couple $100,000 for, a week or 2 at camp. Absolutely. They keep playing nice with him because there's some kind of deal in place about that story never getting out. And Malcolm Butler insists that he still doesn't know why he was benched in the Super Bowl. He knows.
Oh, yeah.
And Belichick knows. Those are the two guys who know.
Don't you think it would be maybe the Eagles could bring him back to ring the bell the next time they play the Patriots? Or whatever they do, throw batteries at Santa Claus, or whatever they do in Philadelphia.
It's not a bell ringer, it's a battery throw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just assault someone. They run naked on the field. It's the running of the nudes. All right, we'll be back. Adam 12 was at a historic event, something that went very viral. He was at that event, and will give us a full recap of what happened from his perspective in just a moment.
You're listening.
Patriots lost to Seattle yesterday, 23-20 in overtime in their 2024 regular season home opener. Seattle got a Jason Myers field goal to tie it with 55 seconds left in regulation, and then after holding the Patriots to a 3-and-out to start OT, drove back down the field and won it on another Myers field goal with 4:37 left in extra time. Hunter Henry had 8 catches for a career-high 109 yards in a loss.
It sucks. You lose the home opener like the way we did. We competed really hard. We've got to keep going. We got to continue to, we have a good football team. I mean, that was a good football team we went against. So we've got the pieces. We just got to put it all together.
Patriots are now 1-1. They visit another 1-1 team, the Jets, on Thursday night. The Jets beat the Titans in Tennessee yesterday, 24-17. Atlanta visits Philadelphia tonight. The Eagles will be without top wide receiver A.J. Brown. There were questions about the future of another bad-looking concussion on Thursday night. There were questions about Tua's future. The NFL Network is reporting that he will continue his career. He is meeting with a concussion specialist, and when he's medically cleared to play again, he will return to the Miami Dolphins. Red Sox now have a dozen games left after another loss to the Yankees yesterday, 5-2 at the stadium. Tyler O'Neill, a 2-run homer for the Sox. Aaron Judge, his 53rd homer of the season for the Yankees. Sox have tonight off. They visit Tampa Bay tomorrow night. And after one season here in Boston with the Bruins, free agent forward James Van Riemsdyk has signed with Columbus. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problems? Call Roto-Rooter. That's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. 1-800-GET-ROTO. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportshub.com. Dutcher and Hardy, the reviews are in.
I got to stay on talk about you. Give me about 5 minutes of my time.
Hear what he said. Now more of on the Sports Hub.
Oh, King's X.
Close.
Music, music, I hear music. Hey, we are Dutcher and Hardy. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 617-779-0985. Jane's Addiction came to Boston. They are back together. Eric Avery, Dave Navarro, Perry Farrell. Have you heard my Perry Farrell story? I don't know if I've told it in the last 5 minutes. They played. Now, Adam, they were playing where?
They were at the Leader Bank Pavilion on Friday night.
Poor Jane's Addiction.
Sticking them outside in mid-September, yeah.
No, but also, like, why can't they play? I mean, a Boogie with the Hoodie played
Was that
the Garden.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. What the hell's going on?
Well, they did play the Garden a couple years ago, but that was in support of Smashing Pumpkins.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, you would think that with all these, I mean, if Oasis can play Wembley Stadium 45 times in a row, you would assume that they would be able to do this themselves. But all right,
I don't know. The Leader Bank gets some big shows. I don't know. I don't know what the capacity there is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I will double check right now. 5,000.
Thanks.
So if it's a question of not selling out. What is the Garden capacity for a show? 12?
Yeah, it's like 12, 15, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, not selling that out. Or, I mean, Leader Bank is a great venue.
Yeah, it
so
is.
I think bands like playing there, and they can sell that out. So, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, so they're at the Leader Bank Pavilion, and you are a big Jane's Addiction fan. What's going on? Why do you end up there?
I am. So, well, it's funny. I mentioned the show a couple of years ago. I was excited to see them when they were supporting Smashing Pumpkins because they hadn't been together for a while, and they actually Hardy
is the androgyny of the band something that you enjoy the most?
I enjoy Dave Navarro's heavy eyeliner and wide brimmed hats. It's a very popular look, but Hardy, I don't know if you were at BCN when they were the special guest band at the River Rave. I think that was the year before you came to Boston. I think it was like 2004. But they played a set then, and it was a short set. It was like 5 songs. It was my first time seeing them, and I was always a fan. And
Is
when
it the
they're on,
drug?
yeah, yes. It's well, we'll get to that. But what I'm saying is, when I saw them at the Garden a couple years ago, it was without Navarro. He was sidelined with long COVID. They had Troy Van Leeuwen on guitar, who, is Hardy's played with Perfect Circle and Failure and other bands.
I never knew
Queens
how
of the
to
Stone Age.
I never knew how to pronounce his last name.
I'm probably butchering it, so don't count on me for that. But I was impressed with how good they were, and Perry's voice sounding very good in his early 60s. And then I saw Perry again earlier this year when Porno for Pyros toured, and they played in Boston, and with Fred's favorite Mike Watt on bass. That was a really good show. So I had high expectations going to see Jane's Addiction on Friday night, and they were not met. From the moment the band came on stage, the energy was off. You could just feel that, you know it when you go to a reunion tour. I mean, sometimes a band is energized by being back together again, and other times not so much. And this definitely felt forced. Perry's voice did not sound great, and there were reports from the New York City shows that they played that perhaps Perry was, back on this or back on that and indulging a little too heavily.
Yeah, I saw 38 Special up at a casino in New Hampshire.
Yes.
Not 3 days ago.
Okay.
And something very similar happened. One guy with an eye patch got very into it with the other guy with the eye patch. And then Ronnie Van Zant's twin sister's cousin ended up really breaking down. He just cried. He sobbed during the set. All right, so you could tell something was going on.
Yeah.
So, hey, give us a first-hand account of the fight.
Would love to. Here's what happened. They went into the song that we just came into the segment with Ocean Size, and by that point in the set, it was about an hour in the set, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not feeling this anymore. It's not meeting
Were you
my
by
expectations.
yourself?
I was by myself at the show.
Oh, boy.
Yes. So I decided to leave the show, and that's the song where, by the end of the song, the show was over because Perry Farrell got very aggressive. He walked over to Dave Navarro, the guitar player, started barking in his face and really kind of like posturing and leaning into him. Navarro kind of took his hands off his guitar, backed off a little bit, and Perry Farrell took a swing at Dave Navarro. I know all of this because I, like everybody else, watched the viral video after the fact. I was not at the show to see it happen live. I had literally left minutes before.
You need the trombone.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, turn your board up, please. I mean, he got all excited he was going to be on the air.
Well, it's been on.
So you left?
Yes, I left literally minutes before it all happened.
Oh. Still not up.
It's
still not on.
Should be. Hold on, we'll get it fixed for you.
So I'm a big proponent of showing up late, leaving early.
Right.
And every once in a while, every once in a while something happens. Could be, I don't know, David Ortiz hitting a grand slam in the ALCS in Game 5 of Fenway Park. A game I'm like, it's a little chilly. This hot chocolate isn't warming me up.
Yeah.
Let's go. And we left, and I heard it on the way home. But, something like this, for Adam 12 to go to Leader Bank Pavilion, which is, dare I say, Fred, a romantic venue. I mean, it's on the water. There are couples there. There are other people there with friends. They're drinking. They're having a good time. Adam 12 there by himself.
Yeah, I mean, he was masturbating.
With his kitschy socks and his bedazzled hat. And then he figures, I'm really not that happy. I'm going to leave. And then I'm going to go home and practice my trombone instead to miss the only thing worth seeing for the entire night.
Yeah, like, these guys look like they're about to explode. It's probably a good time to get out of here before all hell breaks loose.
So was there something going on that you could tell other than the bad energy? Was there some arguing going on stage that was...
It was just the body language was it seemed like the rest of the band was just kind of like hanging back because they weren't really into what Perry was doing.
Right.
And after the fact, Perry was complaining and saying they couldn't he couldn't hear the music and this and that. So
we had someone on the phone who was actually there.
Yeah, Amy, did you leave early?
No, actually, I was there for the whole thing. I was in the 6th row, so I could actually see the eye contact between the band members.
Yeah.
And
Adam works in radio, but he was actually behind a fence, just looking through a crack.
My seats were bad.
The library only gave out bus passes to get.
Well, they're
close.
Parking lot access.
Oh, parking lot access. Okay, so
Out by
you
the
were,
bookmobile.
You were in the sixth. Do you? He sleeps in the bookmobile. All right. So did you? Did you? So sixth row. Did you notice something was off like Adam did?
Oh, absolutely. Like you could tell the band members were looking at each other, and it was almost like they decided they were going to play despite Perry Farrell. His voice was off. I think they turned down his voice on purpose, and he kept looking at like an iPad or something he was messing around with, like, I don't know, add effect or something.
Oh.
And it looked like Dave Navarro wanted to be as far away as possible from him. He kept edging towards the side of the stage. And then, like Adam said, Perry just went at him and started hitting him. And to Dave's credit, he backed away. And shortly thereafter, a bunch of roadies came out and, like, broke it up. And that was it.
Did you ever see such two alphas, two real men squaring off the way they did? It had to be frightening from the sixth row. Did you afraid you might catch some shrapnel from their wild fight?
Yeah. And I'm only like 5'4", so I was like ducking behind people.
Oh, so you would have towered above the both of them.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. All right. So the show was not good, is in your opinion. It was just there was tension. It was not good.
Yeah, I'm glad I saw the same group there, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, same venue, just without the bassist, and they were a lot better, so at least I have that.
Well, Perry Farrell's wife accuses Eric Avery of putting him in a headlock, Perry Farrell in a headlock and hitting him in the stomach a couple times, to which I say, okay.
Good.
Well, yeah, but also big shots to the stomach. Like, I mean, these guys are really, really inexperienced fighters, or really with horseplay. You can tell.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Amy. I'm sorry that you didn't enjoy the show, but you got to see history.
Yes.
So so you got that. Thank you, Amy. We appreciate it.
Yes. Yeah, you're right, Fred. Eddie Lau Farrell is Perry Farrell's wife, and said that he was upset because the band's sound levels were drowning out his vocals, and at some point he had just had enough. Now, the way the band handled it was they, took Perry off the stage. They took about the front of the stage, and one could almost believe that was, if not part of the show, at least where the show was going to end anyway, except for one tiny problem. They had not yet played Been Caught Stealing.
Or Stop. Yeah.
So
like the two hits.
Checking out the set list from previous shows, oh no, there's about 4 songs left in the set, and they just called the whole thing off at that point. You mentioned that history was made, Fred. That's why the news was out there covering this story and giving us more eyewitness accounts and man-on-the-street interviews in the aftermath from the melee and at the Jane's Addiction show on Friday night.
This video went viral on social media. We've spoken to some young people here in the Seaport who didn't actually know who Jane's Addiction was.
Oh, wait. Boy, we're not going to hear from these people then, because they would obviously have nothing to say about the situation.
Is this a book report that you were forced to fill in the entire composition page? Why even run this?
Didn't actually know who Jane's Addiction was until this video came out. And then others who did, saying again, the fight brings...
Thank you for... there are people who've never heard of Jane's Addiction. That's interesting.
Others who did.
I was under... Call my mom, and she could fill her in. Others. I mean, wow, you don't say. There's people that have never heard of Jane's Addiction.
And others
maybe my children, your children, your parents, my parents, maybe everyone that's not from 30 to 50 years old. God.
Well, maybe we'll hear from someone who did, someone who was actually at the show, and we'll get some insight.
And then others who did, saying again, the fight brings back memories of a band with a troubled past.
Oh, I wonder what band they're going to talk about. You want to guess?
Yeah, I'd probably Richie Valens.
Richie Valens never had a dust up with what
he did with his brother.
Yeah, but that wasn't on stage.
You don't know that. It was at the stage of the art contest.
Look, Brother Bob, he had more of a dust up with his own mom and Rosie.
Yeah, he was just trying to fix the car.
$500 in prizes. Mijo, that's great with the baby coming. The money road. It songs.
Walked right into that.
He looked like an old school guitarist, and then he just, I guess, attacked his guitarist. Just seemed more like something just clicked to a different channel in his head. There is a callback, I guess, to like a
callback to what?
A call.
Not Richie Valens.
Callback to a fight on stage.
Yeah.
Was it the great Carpenters brawl?
Was it the Color Me Bad brawl from
was
a
it
couple
Mama
years ago?
Cass's fight with the ham sandwich? Ladies and gentlemen, these are all references you get.
Let's find out.
There is a
Was
callback.
it perhaps the singer of INXS's fight in the closet of which he was?
What are you doing?
It was autoasphyxiation.
Oh, autoerotic asphyxiation, Fred.
Yep.
Put some respect on Michael Hutchins' name.
All right, go ahead.
There is a callback, I guess, to like a classic rock type, attitude mentality of, being a bad boy and all that kind of seems to have died out. And this kind of refreshes people's memory about it a lot.
Yeah, what? That whole misbehavior of rock stars is really dried up.
How old are you?
Yeah,
Jesus.
well, no, it's not how old you are. It's like, every rock star has got horrible problems. That's the whole point of being a rock star. What, you don't think that the 22-year-old guy in a rock band doesn't have some personal issues? That they're all getting along famously?
Yeah.
The hell's going on?
This kid's got a lot to say. I'm glad he got on the news.
There is a callback, I guess, to like a classic rock type, attitude mentality of,
No, I do not.
I'm going to
Thank
guess
you.
he wasn't
Well done.
there.
Well,
I'm going to guess that he wasn't.
I'm guessing he's one of the guys
like
who
me.
doesn't know who Jane's Addiction is. And, we got to do the story. And we got to get some audio or video from somebody. I just put that on. That's good enough.
Listen,
Good enough.
in fairness, Adam had to get on the bus. There was an old folks' home that was on an excursion to the seaport, and they were leaving at 9. And if Adam didn't get on that, he was going to have to pay for the train. And that's not happening. We know that. All right. Very good. Mike Reese joins us on Mondays after games. He will help break down what happened with the Patriots.
program?
We'll be right back.
Toucher
Low T,
and
please.
Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
All right, ladies.
Got to be ready to change the page and move on and get ready to win this next football game. This is NFL football. It's one play here, one play there. You just never know which play it is. And it's easy to try to pick out some plays here and there, but it's all of us. We have to get better as a team and look forward to getting back on the practice field, getting better.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, and Mike Reese is such a superstar that we turn on the lights because Nicholas knows these generally go up on the Instagram page at Toucher and Hardy. Those are very abrupt pull downs, Adam.
I'll work on that.
Yeah. How about a feather fade? Just a
fade. Nice.
Yeah, play with it. I mean, come on. You're no DJ Cool Herc.
Why don't you do it on your big board there?
I don't control that pot. Lord knows I would like to control all of it, but I don't control anything. They put this board in just to put the board in to satisfy me.
When you get your big radio job where you're in charge of 5 stations, could you control all 5 radio stations on one board and just sit
I'll
there
Wellington
and,
it. I'll have a dump button for all of them for when my show's on.
Install in the desk on your in your office.
Oh, it'll be like private parts. You just got the one button.
The maniac
private parts. No, it was
the maniac that was our program director at WBCN when I was doing afternoons was so petrified of our show that he wrote the head of CBS radio programming a note about something I said that he felt was offensive to cut off so he wouldn't get fired if I got in trouble, and no one had complained.
I complained.
And two, that's because you were doing a backstab double cross. I didn't even know who you were back then. I liked the glint in your eye, but I didn't quite know you yet. But then, and then this maniac was so nervous about our show, he literally had a dump button installed. I don't know how they did it, but you know this is true, Artie, on his desk. Yeah. And he would sit there in his office obsessively for 4 hours listening to our show, not doing anything else but listening to our show, so he could dump things he found offensive. And it was... I don't know. It was so strange. Everything was strange, but yet we were drinking in studio. You think you would want to put to put the brakes on that a little bit?
Does Mike Reese have somebody who edits behind him as he's writing copy, like on a live monitor somewhere, and is constantly changing his syntax and grammar?
You got to be careful with Reese.
He's right now at ESPN. He of course covers the Patriots. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline, but he did write for Hustler for quite some time.
Oh yeah,
and sometimes the prose he used in Hustler.
Oh.
Where he would review the adult films. He was their number one reviewer. He was called the Ebert of hardcore pornography.
That's impressive.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Jiggly Queens 3, he was a big fan of. But Mike Reese, do you find yourself getting edited? Have you ever had an edit of one of your stories that you felt was over the line that annoyed you?
Well, first of all, good morning, Fred.
I'm sorry.
Good morning,
Good
John?
morning, Mike.
Hey.
Yes. It sounds like a great team culture you had over there in that show. Everyone was pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, just saving his own ass, which real worked out for him.
We do. I mean, we have an editing process at ESPN quite a bit. It's a large team. So sometimes, you'll put in a story and it'll come back at almost like in high school, right? Like you're marked up a little bit, like, hey, let's see if we can strengthen this story in certain areas.
Oh, all right, that's good.
Interesting. All right.
You don't mind that, do you?
I mean, I think it's like, it's not like my favorite part of the job, right?
Mike Reese, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Watch this, Fred. If you could strengthen this Patriots team in one area before Thursday night, where would it be?
Do I have to pick just one, Hardy?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, offensive line.
There you go.
I think I wanted to come in with something this morning just to further the discussion. So I started watching the game over, like the tape where you can see all the 22 players on the field, and I started right at the point where Gibson had that 45-yard run, right, and it looked like they were in great position to win the game in the fourth quarter. and the breakdowns on the offensive line from that point on were notable. And I think I'll just say one thing, Hardy, like Micah Wenu, good right tackle, did not account well for himself. I would say from that point on, I think there were about 3 key snaps toward the end of the game where you would hope that the player that you made a significant investment in, 3 years, $57 million, wins in those situations. He didn't. I wonder how much heat, conditioning. It was tough, tough day for those guys. But I thought in the key moments that the line let him down a little bit, and it wasn't just him, and that's not till there's other stuff, but I think I would start there.
Well, you heard Jerron Mayo after the game, and we played the clip already today saying, yeah, we need to push the ball down the field. 2 weeks of watching this team play, they can't push the ball down the field because Jacoby Brissett doesn't have enough time to push the ball down the field.
And I think that's part of it, John. I do. There are times where when I watch it, what I do is right when Jacoby puts his back foot in the ground and he's at the top of his drop, I stop the film and I look at the picture and I say, is anyone open? And there are times no, because he's got to move before so quickly because the pressure's getting there. But John, there are other times, and this is so you can't put it all on the line, where he does have time and there's no one open. And I think that's the other part. So when Hardy said one thing that you could improve, I did start with the line, but I got to tell you, I don't see receivers getting open consistently, like early in the progression of the quarterback's read. And that would be the second thing that I would say. And that's a hard way to play offense when those are the two things holding you back.
All right. So what's the difference between, do you think this team's going to be able to run against everyone? For instance, the Jets on Thursday night, the Jets don't defend well against the run the first 2 weeks of the season. They didn't yesterday either, necessarily. They kind of tightened up at the end. But do you think that they'll be able to do this all season, or sitting on the short routes, loading up against the run? Is this something that teams are going to figure out and be able to take advantage of?
I think it would be more the second part, Fred. Like, I think teams figure it out and will be able to slow it down. I have to be honest, I didn't think they would be able to run it as well as they did yesterday against Seattle. So, I mean, I guess I got to hold myself accountable there. I would have never thought that would have been the output. But to me, this is a hard way to think that you can play and that it can sustain over 17 games. You have to be able, to get more in the passing game. And I will say one thing I wrote in my notes that I want to look deeper at is I think the other part of this. So we talked about offensive line. We talked about receivers uncovering. I wonder if sometimes their routes are taking too long to develop, that maybe they need some more quick hitter plays. And I think the difference, just as I started watching the game over, like this, especially early in the game, the Seahawks had some quick plays, get the ball out of Geno Smith's hands quickly. Maybe that can be something that Alex Van Pelt turns to, because if the line's having trouble protecting and the receivers are having trouble getting open consistently, maybe you need to work a little bit more of that quick game to take the burden off of them.
Do you think, though, that a team that, if a team knows you're not throwing downfield, that they can just sit on that?
Yeah.
Is it still possible to run that short passing game if teams know you're going to do it or sitting on it?
So I think I think it is possible, Fred, because I think that the Patriots are trying to get the ball down the field. I just don't think at least from what I've seen so far, I just don't think anyone is open. And so there are times I'll just use the first third down play of the game yesterday. I wrote in my notes, it was third and 2, and it was a good pocket. They protected, and it wasn't he had time. Brissett had time. And there was one player who might have been open, Jalen Polk, left to right, coming across the middle. But I just think by the time Jacoby Brissett got to that part of his progression, he didn't feel comfortable going to that. And so to me, that I don't know. I just think to me, there's a little bit of a talent question here. Like,
oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Because last week I had said on the show that the receiver room was bad.
Here we go.
It wasn't good, and I got a lot of blowback from John and Hardy, and even callers called and said how dumb I was and how much an idiot I was.
Well, there's but here's the difference. Let me ask Mike a question. Why is Demario Douglas, who has some talent, he doesn't?
We don't know that, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we know from last year that he's got some talent. Why is
I would disagree. Do you know that Pop Douglas is a good football player, a good NFL football player, Mike?
So Fred, I would probably lean more toward the guys on this one. I think he had 51 catches last year. If I have it right, I'll check my notes. I think he was, one of their leading receivers. So I thought he was good. That was a different system.
Right.
But he's on the pay no mind list right now. No targets yesterday. So what's the reasoning behind that? Or what's the explanation?
I started watching it over. There were a couple times that he was, flashed open, and I wrote in my notes, I'm just not sure he was like the first or second read. Listening to Mayo after the game yesterday, I think it sounds like they're going to do some things to get him going. I think it might come back, guys, to the idea that the routes are longer developing routes, and he's a shorter, his game is a short game. And so maybe they need to incorporate that more, but that's sort of an instinct I have, haven't made it through the game yet on review.
Is this a team that can run a 2-minute drill adequately? I bring this up because I saw what happened at the end of regulation, and there was no chance in their own end that they were going to drive the football down the field. This offense looks to be run first and then run second, and if they're somehow in a passing down, try to throw the ball 10 yards downfield. Am I missing something?
No, you're not missing it, John. I wrote in because I watched that fourth quarter drive. They get the ball at their 30-yard line, and you got to protect. That would be the thing. Like they're not going to be able to run a 2-minute drive until they can protect. And I had on first down, it was a 4-man rush, and I had the routes took too long to develop. And by the time, so that was first down, that was the incomplete pass over the middle to Ramondre when Jacoby just sort of threw it at his feet because the pressure got there before the routes developed. So that's protection. The second down play was a blitz. Ramondre sort of picked it up. Jacoby got it off to Polk for 7 yards. So it's 3rd and 3. So you're still living here. You still have a chance, John. And then Awenu was beaten at right tackle. Play had no chance. So the answer to the question is they can't run a 2-minute drive until they protect better.
Okay, would you play Drake May in this offense?
No.
Okay, so my question is this, Mike. Brissett looks like he's going to get hurt. And no one
yesterday.
Yeah, no one wants it, and I'm not, if you feel uncomfortable with that terminology, Brissett is getting hit a lot. Let's just put it that way, because you cover the team, and I don't want anyone to think negatively of you. So Brissett's getting hit a lot. If I'm a Patriots fan, I fear Drake May even coming into a game and having to be behind this line with this receiver group. I mean, this is the kind of thing that screws up people. And just real quickly, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, all considered failures. All high draft picks. Oh, Geno Smith was not, but he was the first quarterback taken in that draft.
Yeah.
All stuck around, and look at them yesterday. They all win. They all had good games. I mean, it can happen. It shows you. That's just evidence that those guys were in situations where they could not thrive. Do you think that? Are you concerned about May coming in and having to play like a game and a half, 2.5 games? Are you concerned about that?
Fred, I'm with you on this one, and I would just simplify it. Look at the receivers the Seahawks had yesterday, and look at how good they are. DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Tyler Lockett. And then look at what the Patriots had on the other side. It's not that KJ Osborne and Jalen Polk and Pop Douglas aren't good players, but we're talking about elite level receivers on the other side. That makes Geno Smith's job a lot easier. And so I'm with you, Fred. I'm with you on this. I would tread very lightly putting Drake May out there until you see a little bit more positive momentum in for the Patriots in that area. And I don't even know when that's going to happen, but it just, for me, it would need more time.
Okay, so does that mean you bring a veteran in to be the backup, or not in practice? You know what I'm saying? Not take first team reps in practice at all, because the way they're splitting things, I understand what they're doing developing May. But in case there is an injury, that you have a veteran that can come into a game, so Drake May doesn't have to come in, or a guy who can start the next game.
So I guess I maybe I was answering differently. So you're saying if Jacoby got hurt, would you not put Drake in because of that situation? Is that what you're saying, Fred?
Yes.
Oof. That's a tough one. I think I would probably put Drake in based on the fact that, like, I would probably put Drake in, and at this point, Fred, I'm crossing my fingers that it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, I think what would happen if they did end up putting Drake in, it's going to be a really anticlimactic event because he's going to go in and they're going to end up running the ball 80% of the time.
Sure, no, there's no doubt about that. But my concern would be that he had to play the next game.
Yeah.
And then you can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, because you have to play an NFL football game.
We are assuming that Brissett is going to get hurt, and it sure looks like that's going to happen. He's already been dinged a couple of times, Mike. So the odds are ever increasing because they're not protecting for him that he will get hurt, and this will be a very real decision that this organization is going to have to make.
Yeah, and I think going back to, coming out of the preseason and training camp, I know it was unconventional, but that's why I thought that keeping Bailey Zappi might have been a consideration, even though it would have been 4 quarterbacks, on the roster for this exact hypothetical that we're talking about. They didn't do it, so this is the situation that they're in, and I guess we'll see how it turns out. But I will say this on Jacoby Brissett: we know that's one tough guy. I mean, that was a beating I felt like he took yesterday, and to stay in there and hang in there, I was impressed by it. But you're right. I mean, it looks to me like that's a tenuous situation.
Yeah, he's earning his money. I mean, good for him. I mean, he's a professional. So I got no knock on Jacoby. He's obviously tough. I'm just concerned that he's going to get hurt. All right, Mike Reese, good job as always. We look forward to you being all over the place, and then Thursday night you come back. I mean, and then you have a big, long week to just luxuriate in your hot tub, and we can look forward to that. All right, Mike Reese, thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great rest of the show.
Thanks.
All right, appreciate it. So here's the deal. If Ryan can find it, a real jerk-off made a big mistake on Friday in regards football. And not on the station, so everyone calm down. A guy we all, I think, dislike made a big mistake. He sounded like a fool. And I heard it in my car, and now I want to play it. We'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines. Dutcher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Dutcher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You know Mike Lombardi? He just fillets Bill Belichick for a living and calls him the GOAT, this and that, and everything is everyone else's fault. Everything was Brady's fault or Kraft's fault. He was at it again. He was talking about Kraft not getting into the Hall of Fame and talking about how just give it up to the GOAT. You had the GOAT. You had the GOAT. And he's talking about Belichick. I mean, he's just made a career of kissing the guy's ass. And then remember when he was on Felger and Maz and did this?
So is Bill going to come back? Is he going to win?
I think he will.
And
I'll come back on your show and we'll talk
Let's
about
do
it.
it.
And you can have the forum that you have, and you can have that eraser with your pencil. I see you got a big one over there, so that you can correct yourself when you're wrong. Geniuses with eraser are the best part of life.
Michael,
I think it is.
I honestly love, because I've been saying this.
I had no idea I was getting into this. This is the best part about it. You wanted to co-read on Belichick.
I've been waiting to hear from Bill. I've been waiting to hear from Bill.
He's not going to talk to you. Why would he spend 5 minutes talking to you?
I know that.
Why would he spend 5 minutes talking to you? You have no idea about anything, and he's going to lower himself to you. And, I got to talk to Fegler because he was the almighty God.
F-E-L, Felger.
All right, so he's a total douchebag. He's a failure in media. He's a big disaster. All he does is kiss Belichick's ass. He's a big dope. I hate him. And I really do. What a prick. What a jerk. Like, to come on there. Like, he'd come to your show. Well, what is he going to do? The effing streaming podcast? You total loser. You failure. What network are you on, douchebag? And so anyway, he was on with Mike. Not Mike, but the Mad Dog. He was on with Chris Russo on Friday. I'm in my car.
We're going to love the Lombardi on with us.
And they're picking games. And listen to Captain Insider. Look at the big insider here. He's the biggest insider in the history of the game. Who are you, Felger? What do you know? Why would he lower himself? You don't know what's going on.
Fegler.
So you figure that Lombardi's just, he's tapped in, right? Like, he's one of them. He's inside. He knows the whole club. Here is him Friday, say 5:45 on the Chris Russo show.
Home opener, the Niners were off the Monday night where they played so well. They can't be as good, right? And again, I'm forced to go somewhere else because of your Jags stole. I take Minnesota plus the 5 at home to San Francisco.
All right, so this is happening. Mm-hmm. I'm in unprecedented traffic. I'm not on a freeway. I'm on surface streets going to Waltham to get my son. So I'm sitting like dead stopped, right? Just this whole time. So I'm not texting and driving. I just want that to be known. So I'm listening to this.
That is pick number 1.
Yeah.
Christopher Reese.
Yeah, I think McCaffrey is going to be on a pitch count. I think he is going to play, but I think it's the true ultimate game time decision. As of yesterday, he was going to try to give it a go, but I do think that, he could, if he doesn't feel 100%, he's got Achilles tendonitis, Christopher. I think that's a dangerous injury that you don't want to mess with. I think they should take the long lens view, get him ready for November and December, and try to figure out how to win games in September and October.
All right, so he's on a pitch count. As of yesterday, he's on a pitch count. So they're talking, and I'm so stuck in traffic, I go look at Twitter. A half an hour before that, McCaffrey was listed as out.
And placed on injured reserve.
Later in the day.
Yeah.
That big insider, live on the radio, doesn't know something that was announced on Twitter by the football writers a half an hour before, you idiot. You know who he talked to from the 49ers? Nobody. He didn't talk to anybody. He doesn't know anything. He's a phony douchebag. Half an hour. It said a half an hour ago. One of the local writers retweeted someone who had said that he was ruled out. It had happened a half an hour before that idiot was on the radio. He didn't talk to anybody. He was talking out of his ass is where he was talking. He's broadcasting from his attic, sitting in there playing with his football cards and making love to a life-size Belichick doll. He has the Ring camera video, and he pretends it's in front of his house.
Recreate scenarios.
God, I hate him. I talked to him. He's good. As of yesterday, he was going to play. Like, he's on a pitch count. So, like, he talked to someone from the 49ers, and they said, hey, Mike Lombardi. Oh, yeah, I'll take your call. Yeah, it's Shanahan. What's up, guy? Yeah, oh, McCaffrey? Yeah, he's gonna play, but he's going to be on a pitch count. But then tomorrow, we're going to announce he's out and then put him on the IR. Dumbass. Phony. Big phony. And then I would hope, you know what I bet? I bet the producer of Mad Dog said in his ear, by the way, McCaffrey's out, and he was too nice to just bring it on him and go, McCaffrey's out. He was announced out a half an hour ago. You stupid douchebag.
I mean, you could give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was a pre-recorded segment that they were just airing at that time.
I thought about it, but then I'm like, there's no way anyone from the 49ers said he was playing, and then less than 24 hours later, they rule him out. It was a Friday, dude. They didn't rule him out at game time. They ruled him out on a Friday.
Yeah, they had already had 2 practices. They were aware.
He didn't talk to anybody.
Well, would you?
And why would you pre-tape a Lombardi segment? That's nonsense.
That's right. He was too busy to do it at the normal time.
Yeah, like what? Oh, he can't come on and do the big national show.
All of the guest spots he has.
If for some reason there was any indication, like there's a 1% chance that McCaffrey is going to play, and we want to have that in the heads of the Vikings, who could we tell that would run with this and say it out loud? Lombardi. If we tell Lombardi, then he'll run with it.
Yeah, maybe everyone else on the planet's phone died, and he had the only phone that worked, and they tried everyone else. I mean, maybe fairies roam the earth and grant Lombardi wishes. I mean, we're really getting into an abstract concept.
Like pixies?
I mean, you're fighting to find a way to give this guy a break.
I'm really not giving him a break as much as I am. I think he gets used a lot.
Oh, he gets used by Belichick?
Yes.
But I don't think he talks to any active people in the NFL. Nobody. I mean, how can you say that? He'll be on a pitch count. He's got an Achilles tendonitis. Everyone knew that. He's just saying someone knew. He didn't know something that was announced a half hour ago. He's such an insider. He doesn't have Twitter. Like Adam Schefter retweeted it. The big stupid idiot. And those are the guys. Those guys. Why would he lower himself to you? Why would he do this? Those are the guys that are just covering up for their own inadequacies. And I know what I am. And that's because I'm one of them. They're covering up what I meant to say for one of those. One of those guys. Oh, Jim Lau says Lombardi's son Mick is on the 49ers staff. Well, Mick's really filled in with
doing his father a great service.
His kid's on the 49ers staff. He doesn't even know that the guy's out a half an hour.
We just got an email from Josh Wall that said, "Touchers, say it to his face." Like you. I don't think you have that. Josh doesn't think you have the balls to ever say that to Lombardi's face.
He's joking, obviously, right?
I don't know.
Well, we'll get to see him.
Have you heard the show?
Yeah. I tried to book him last week. He never got back to me.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, he's never going to do this show. Have you heard Jim Gray? Have you heard I'd be afraid to say it. If Mike Lombardi wanted to fight me, I would get an erection. Afraid to say it to his face. Go F yourself. Yeah, I'm a real pussy. I wouldn't say anything to anyone's face. I cower and hide. If I was doing that interview with Felger at this, and it was me and not Felger at the Super Bowl, there would have been a not even a Jim Gray I'm tired of it confrontation, because that was just giving me dirty looks and being weird. If Mike Lombardi was talking to me like that, there would be a big problem. I can assure you of that.
No, I had no idea I was getting into this.
Of course you didn't, because you're a moron. You have no idea when you're walking in the rain. You stupid idiot. Of course you had no idea you were here. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have said it to his face. Big, intimidating Mike Lombardi who can ruin my career. What a dumb effing email. Yeah, I wouldn't say it to him.
No idea about anything, and he's going to lower himself.
Yeah, there's plenty of guys I wouldn't say stuff to their face. The guys that would kill me, not Mike Lombardi. If I do an ocular check, if I get mad behind the wheel and I see someone and they look like they could have a gun, I say, all right, I'm out. But Mike Lombardi.
Take the lane, sir.
But I assure you, I would have no fear of Michael Lombardi. In fact, put him on the air and I'll just yell at him. I'll just answer the phone and yell at him. Put him in studio and I'll yell at him. But drop him in my front yard and tell him to come assault me. Give him a billy club.
I'll reach out to him again.
I don't want to talk to him.
God. F-E-L, Felger.
Because it would be a 2-minute thing and it would just be too easy. I'd just scream at him. All right, very good. We'll be back in just a moment.
More Toucher and Hardy on
Patriots played their home opener yesterday, and they in Seattle went to overtime at Gillette Stadium.
So Myers will come on to attempt the game winner. And again, as a former Jaguar and Jet, two-time Pro Bowler with plenty of experience. A long-distance leg now with a chip shot to win it from 31. Near hash mark toward the lighthouse. Stall snap, handled by Dixon. The kick by Myers to the uprights is good. And the Seahawks have come to Foxborough and won it over the Patriots.
That's Bob Sosi here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Seahawks got a 30-yard field goal from Jason Myers with 4:37 left in overtime. They beat the Patriots 23-20 at Gillette Stadium from Andre Stevenson, 81 yards and a touchdown. Jalen Polk, a TD catch. Patriots are 1-1. They visit the Jets on Thursday night. Speaking of which, Aaron Rodgers threw a pair of touchdown passes yesterday. New York improved to 1-1 with a 24-17 road win over Tennessee. The NFL Network was the first to report Tua Tagovailoa already meeting with concussion specialists, but has no plans to retire. There's no timetable for his return, however. Yankees beat the Red Sox 5-2 at the stadium. Sox now have 12 games left. They visit Tampa Bay tomorrow night. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Dr. Matthew Lopresti and Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, the hair doctor of Charlie McAvoy. Call 1-800-GET-HAIR for your free virtual or in-person hair loss consultation. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Here we go. Boom. I win. Boom. Yeah. Hit somebody.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub. Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
Sports Hub.
Around the NFL with Toucher and Hardy.
They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. You can know that we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. If you felt like things were going wrong for your Patriots, they went to overtime in that game yesterday, 23-20, as John just said, to the Seahawks. I'll hand it to Ben Pohl, and he tweeted to follow or to look at this guy, Joe Person. He is the Carolina Panthers beat writer. You want to hear his Twitter from the 26-3 Chargers Panthers?
Yeah, sure.
Victory?
Sure.
Let's start in the first quarter. Bryce Young holds the ball too long, way too long, and is sacked by former Panthers linebacker Denzel Perryman. Sack takes Carolina out of field goal range. Panthers' Lonnie Johnson called for interfering with the punt returner. Panthers throw 4 short yards to the sticks on 3rd and 4. The 3 straight 3-and-outs. Wash, rinse, repeat. Another short of the sticks throw on 3rd down. Another 3-and-out. The Panthers have 4 possessions. Their longest gain is a 5-yard run by Chuba Hubbard. The Panthers are losing 13-0. Is it Cuba Howard or Chuba Howard?
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba Hubbard is the Panthers' initial first down 4 minutes before the half. And Bryce Young intercepted on the very next play and gets booed off the field. 3 things. A lot of looks an awful like Bryce Young's first interception in NOLA. J.K. Dobbins runs through Xavier Woods' tackle attempt and somersaults into the end zone. 43-yard TD. It's 20-0. More boos on another short of the sticks throw on 3rd down. This is so bad on every level. Panthers are getting booed off the field at halftime. This is halftime. If Dave Carnalis keeps playing Bryce Young, he risks alienating the locker room and the fan base and further bludgeoning Young's confidence. In 2 plays, the Panthers have matched the first downs. The Panthers will not be shut out today. Eddie Pinheiro, good from 38. It's 20-3. The Panthers are 2 for 22 on 3rd down in the first 2 games. The Panthers lost 26-3. Bryce Young threw for a career low 84 yards.
26 attempts, by the way, to get to 84 yards.
Young and the offense look as bad or worse than they did during any stretch last season at Vegas next weekend. The Panthers have dropped their first 2 games by a combined 60 points. That's the second worst differential in consecutive losses in the franchise 30-year history. So, ladies and gentlemen, things could be worse. You could be the Carolina Panthers. So don't get head over heels about this Chargers team.
159 yards of offense.
By the way, you know who the backup quarterback is to Bryce Young in there?
Is it Mike White?
Nope.
Who?
Andy Dalton.
Well, he's better than Bryce Young.
Much better than Bryce Young.
Oh, boy, it serves the owner well, but what a disaster that you missed out on Caleb Williams and you to go trade and get Bryce Young.
A massive deal to get them that number one pick and not take C.J. Stroud.
Like, if you ever feel bad about the Patriots this year, the Panthers are not going to be good. Like, with that owner and the situation they're in, they're not going to be good. It's like a decade, dude. A decade of not being good. All right, Hardy, what other games happened yesterday?
There was a game last night between the Texans and the Chicago Bears.
CJ looking. CJ firing downfield. Hits Nico. 10, 5 to the end zone. Touchdown, Houston.
And that's weight room right there, baby.
That is weight room.
Whoa. I guess.
That was the name of Joe Murray's second Scale Breakers adjacent site.
CJRoomBaby.com?
CJ Stroud.
Yeah, Weight Room Baby. It was just, where are you going to hang out today? The weight room. Why? There's a lot of weight in here.
23 of 36 for 260 yards. Caleb Williams trying to find himself another win with the Chicago Bears. Comes up a little short. 23 of 37 pass attempts, so they're letting him chuck the ball around, but 2 picks to go with 174 yards, and the Bears fall to 1-1. The Texans undefeated, 2-0 to start the season.
Very strange game to have on Sunday Night Football, the second week of the season.
We know that Caleb Williams was terrible.
Do you think so? See,
Yes.
I thought it made sense for Caleb Williams and C.J. Stroud. That absolutely, why not?
If I'm looking at that schedule, I want Chiefs Bengals, but the Chiefs, I guess.
They just played.
They just played Sunday
in prime
Night
time.
Football?
No, they played Thursday night.
Yeah, but I would have. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can play 2 prime times in a row. Go ahead.
Why you got that look on your puss, Wallach?
I was just going to say Caleb Williams was better last night than he was in week 1.
He'll be fine.
The problem was he was running for his life. You see, he automatically tucks the ball down and starts running. He still got sacked 7 times last night.
Yeah, and
they're not giving him much of a chance.
Well, it's a Russell Wilson thing. How many of those sacks do you think are his fault? For instance, Russell Wilson's big problem is, and remember people fought me on this, his own offensive lineman said it. They would get pissed at him because he would run into sacks. Like, he would run and, extend plays and just run into sacks. Like, the quarterback can be, obviously, as much responsible for a sack as the offensive line. And it's not just holding the ball in the pocket. It's like running into guys.
Yes.
It's a problem. And Caleb Williams is probably doing that. They said it last night. It's obvious, but I'll say Caleb Williams, obviously, his whole life has been the best athlete on the field. He's not the best athlete on the field anymore, and that's what the deal. Can you turn this bed down a little bit? I don't know why I don't have control over anything anymore. I don't know what pot this is even playing on. All right, a little bit higher than that. Please give me control of this stuff, people. Go ahead.
Kansas City.
Mahomes, clean pocket. Going long. Left, and it's caught. Left side, touchdown. Kansas City. The Chiefs go for a 44-yard bomb, and it goes to number 4, Rashee Rice, down the far sideline.
Kansas City playing from behind in this game.
Yeah, they got gifted. They got gifted the game.
Well, they got gifted the game on a pass interference call. I'm sorry, if you're a safety or a corner and you're coming up and you're making a play on the ball, if the receiver stops and he's just going to try and jump up and grab it, you should be able to climb up a little bit over his back if you're both going for the ball.
Yeah,
and everyone's afraid to say it. I watched that highlight on 3 different outlets, 3 different commentators. Not one person said gift of a call, and I thought it was a gift.
Yeah, it's 4-16 or something, or 4-12, 4-16, and it's the game. It's the drive to tie the game. Or to win the game.
Wallach again with the puss. What?
What are you talking about?
No, because you're giving them yeah.
Hardy's
You thought it was a good call. You thought it was good. You thought it was a good.
This
PI
is a
call?
problem that you have.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was a good call, but I also agree that the defensive back has to be more aware of what's going on.
Yeah, but it's at the end of a game, and I know that you're supposed to call it the same as you would in anything, but the receiver's backs to the defender's coming up to make a play on the ball. It was very iffy. It just seems like Kansas City gets some breaks. By the way, Travis Kelce isn't good anymore. If you had the under 800 and some odd yards for this season in receiving yards, feel good about yourself. He is a non-factor. Go ahead.
Kansas City's now getting the calls the Patriots used to get back when they were great and running through everybody. I saw a replay on the NFL Network of that Buffalo kick returner who fumbled during the season opener. Buffalo should have beaten the Patriots at Gillette. He fumbled. Patriots go in, score the game-winning touchdown with no time left. Kansas City's getting all of these calls, right or wrong. Things are going their way, and that's what happens when you're the best team in the NFL.
And good on Harrison Buckner for that clutch.
Placement is down. Butker's kick. Leg through. It is high enough, and it is good! Kansas City! Harrison Butker, another clutch kick against the Bengals, and the Chiefs win it at the buzzer.
He's one of these guys that the lady should have babies. He feels.
Yeah.
That's his opinion.
Well,
for
right.
you as a woman.
That's
that you
what
should go have kids.
That's what he likes. He also likes kicking field goals, and he's really good at it. And there's a lesson here, NFL. Just because you have the best quarterback in the league and you have one of the best coaches in the league, you should also get a good kicker and have a plan for that kicker, as opposed to, say, the New York Giants, whose kicker got hurt yesterday, and then they couldn't even finish the game with a field goal. They had to keep going for it and making stupid plays because the NFL has this systematic, almost cover-up about, yeah, we know the game often comes down to the kickers, but we don't care about them.
I've said it a million times.
We're going to carry one, and if he gets hurt, who's the emergency? Oh, we never even bothered to name one in camp. If that guy can't kick, then we don't kick.
The kicker in some games is the second most important position on the field. By the way, if Daniel Jones gets any crap today for that game, that's nonsense. There were drops all over the place, big crucial drops. He was making plays on third downs that were just straight up in receivers' hands, and they were dropping it. So Daniel Jones does not deserve it
Malik
today.
Neighbors was targeted 18 times. Jones only threw 28 passes.
And Malik Neighbors dropped the ball that would have kept them in the game. I believe on a fourth down, it was in his hands on the sideline, and he completely dropped it, and then he threw a hissy fit. Go ahead.
We were talking about how Kansas City gets all the calls and all the luck. The Giants have no luck. The Giants became the second team in NFL history yesterday to score 3 touchdowns, not give up any touchdowns, and lose. 7 field goals by Washington, and they win 21-18.
Why couldn't you just have the punter kick? You would figure that the punter should be able to do it. He kicks for a living.
You would think.
And a lot of times those guys do kickoffs. Like, they know how to kick a ball. You're too precious with the thing. Let the punter kick. Kick.
One more note on the Kansas City Chiefs-Bengals game. Cam Taylor-Britt was talking on Thursday or Friday about a matchup with Xavier Worthy. He said, what can Worthy do? He's like, nothing. And you run straight. You can run fast. All you got to do is get in his way. He's 5'0", 100 and nothing. And then Cam Taylor-Britt had the interception of this young season so far, a one-handed grab as he was covering Xavier Worthy. Oh. And every once in a while, it's like I enjoy both. Somebody who talks a lot of trash and then gets shown up, and then somebody, especially a defensive player, who talks a lot of trash and then backs it up. And Xavier Worthy, I don't want to say a non-factor, but
that was not the interception.
Two catches on 4 targets, and the interception was a one-handed pull down.
That wasn't the interception of the week.
What was?
Brandon Eccles' interception was the interception of the week. Have you seen it?
I don't know if I have.
I don't think I have either.
Jets-Tennessee game, the one-handed interception that he had, that's the interception of his helmet came off. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to the show, I have my back to the 2 of them, as I'll let you know I'm the only one that is shelled out for Sunday ticket, ladies and gentlemen. So during around the NFL, listen to yours truly. Back to the show.
That's what Red Zone is for.
Red Zone, again, is like a Pop Shot movie. And I'm stealing Bill Simmons' line. Yeah. That was a great line by him. But if you would like to, you can get to that very good Jets game. Do you have it? Do you have the Jets game?
We will get to it. We'll get to your precious Jets game.
Do you have the Jets game where they look so good in the first half?
Not yet.
Where all hope was lost. All right, what's next? One more.
Well, the Big D, Dallas, taking on the New Orleans Saints. That seems like that's going to go well. Dallas hasn't lost at home in like 5 years. All they do is win, right?
Carr takes the snap, looks to throw. Here comes pressure. He hits Kamara across the middle. Kamara in the run. Inside Dallas, 40, 35, 30. Got a blocker. You ain't going to catch him. Not Alvin Kamara. See you later. Bye. Touchdown, Alvin Kamara. 57 yards.
He had a good game.
A really good game.
Look at Wallach
Really
not
good
getting
game.
it. Look at Wallach jumping in and just not getting it. Yes, Alvin Kamara, he had 3 touchdowns. One of his touchdowns, I still don't know how he did it. It wasn't even the long one. They were like on the 15-yard line. Kamara, they all bunched up at the line. Kamara gets hit at the line, and then there's just like a Donnybrook, a big pile of bodies, and he comes out of it, just runs into the end zone. Like Kamara was on fire yesterday. He could not be stopped.
He was going out to the left after he got into the scrum,
yes,
right?
exactly. Yeah. And it was.
How did I see it? I didn't shell out for the Packers.
Oh, you saw a highlight, but not that. But see, one has to. You tape the games and then you go back and you watch them all. I watched every game yesterday.
I haven't slept.
In all seriousness, how do you watch the Lions?
On Red Zone.
Oh, Jesus. It's expensive. I know it's expensive. And I'm not being sarcastic.
No,
I think it might be $500 for the ticket. It's a big deal.
Yeah, and I do miss it when it's on at a different time other than the Patriots. But yesterday, I'm watching the Patriots. I'm really only flipping over to Red Zone during timeouts and commercials.
I don't have to watch the Patriots in real time because I don't care. So what happens? The game I care about, I watch in real time.
Well, now Thursday you're forced to watch the Patriots.
No, I was rooting for the Patriots yesterday. Mm-hmm. I wanted the Patriots to be 2-0. Absolutely, I did. I swear to God. Now that Belichick and Brady aren't around, you win all you want. I don't care. It was now that the fan base is getting a little humility. Now I'm not instinctively rooting against them anymore.
By the way, Tom Brady was on that Dallas game yesterday, and they're having some fun.
Welcome to the booth, along with Tom Brady. I'm Kevin Burkhardt. Dean Blandino, our rules expert. Now, Tom, last week, Dean. Mike Pereira left you hanging.
Oh, Dean's not.
I'm not going to leave you hanging. Tom, I got you. I got you back.
Appreciate it, Dean.
Mike just staring straight ahead as Tom, the fist was out there, just completely ignored you.
He's just old school, Mike. He just does it his way.
It's like he had a beef from years prior on the field.
Why would he have beef? I love the officials.
Yeah.
I never had any complaints.
You were always so kind to them.
I was so gentle and kind, just like they were kind to me.
Yeah, the officials really gave you a hard time. Now, the way if anyone touched you, they were immediately kicked out of a game. I'll tell you this. You made fun of me if I could run 5 radio stations programming.
I didn't make fun
Some moron gave that idiot $150 million to suck on TV, and he's going to have to walk 300?
Brady makes
$375 million.
Yeah, no, Brady's making $37.5 million a year for the next decade.
Guess who wouldn't have done that? Yours truly over here. I would have saved them $370 million. He's going to have to get out of there. He doesn't need this. He's embarrassing himself every week. It's a disaster.
He hears it too, by the way.
Oh, he definitely hears it.
They had him on during the pregame show, and Gronk was on the panel, so they had Brady in before the big game. And he was like, yeah, being a first-year quarterback's a difficult thing. Hey, being a first-year broadcaster, really, really difficult.
Yeah, he's got no charisma. He's never going to be good at it. And there you go. Well, he'd be great as an analyst in the studio. Okay. Well, that's not a $370 million job, apparently. I don't know why they feel they need a star to be the color analyst of the NFL, which people will watch anyway. Oh, the Dallas game. No one was going to watch that without the power of Brady. And no one tuned out, by the way, probably, when that became a blowout, just so they could hear the next thing Brady would say. Real quick, Gasper had a great point about it. What's Brady's number one in media? What would Brady's number one feature be? The best thing about Brady other than his name?
His looks.
His looks. And so Gasper was saying that he saw Brady on something talking, and he went, wow, Tom's really good. He's a lot better at this. And then when he heard it with no video, he was like, oh, that wasn't so great. Tom's look, and just that you equate that with, like, greatness is his saving grace. And that when he's talking, he's got that dumb voice. He's got no charisma, and it's going to be a failure. and we'll see how they get out of this thing.
By the way, Perillo just texted me. He said that was as blatant a PI as there's ever been in the league in the Kansas City game. So just goes to show you, you can be in the business. You can be one of the most respected analysts in the game for decades and have no idea what you're talking about.
It's funny.
Sorry, Paul.
And that's no hyperbole. It's one of the worst pass interferences in the history of the game. That makes me think he's right all the more. It's the most blatant in the history of football. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. This is going to be used all around the internet.
Get up.
The cat is finally out of the bag.
Get up.
We're back. Toucher and Hardy.
Get up.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, Toucher and Hardy. And Hardy, we are going around the NFL. Where are we going next? You tell me.
Your precious Jets game.
Oh, they look so good. I'm so confident in them. How are you going to slow down Will Levis?
Well, they had to do something, Fred. You know, you get put in a do-or-die situation. You can't start the season 0-2. You got to get the win. You're playing the Titans in Tennessee. Did they get it done?
Rodgers under center. Braylon Allen Malone set back. He takes the handoff, runs right, has a crease to the 15. Stiff arm, freeway, 5, goal line, touchdown. That's a Jet touchdown.
They did get the win, courtesy of that touchdown in the fourth quarter to beat the Titans 24-17. Aaron Rodgers, 18 of 30, 176 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
You know how Rodgers is super cool and his thing is reading defense and changing plays?
Right.
How many timeouts, gentlemen, would you care to guess, because you guys didn't see this game because you were watching the Patriots, how many timeouts did Robert Saleh have to call during the game because the play clock was at 1 second and they were in no way, shape, or form about to snap the football?
He has a total of 6 available to him during the game.
Yes.
So the way that Fred is talking this up, I'm going to say 3.
I'm going to say 4.
3 is correct.
Oh.
There were 3 times during that game, which I've never seen in a football game in my entire life, where Aaron Rodgers was just standing in the shotgun, standing there, looking around, and the clock was ticking down to nothing. And then you thought they threw a flag, but Saleh was obviously next to the official having to call a timeout, like the line judge having to call a timeout. And on top of that, Saleh can't yell at him. So, he can't say anything.
So do you think Aaron Rodgers is doing this because so many quarterbacks get used to being allowed to let that play? Good quarterbacks, career quarterbacks, marquee quarterbacks in the league, they're allowed to let the play clock get down to 0+, and then they can still call for the snap and not get called for delay game.
I don't think you understand the scene I'm setting. Perhaps I could do a better job. Aaron Rodgers is not down in a position to catch a snap. Aaron Rodgers is still standing with his arms at his sides, glancing around the field. Like he is in, and this is what happened last year when he got hurt. Like he's a little better. He's getting a little better, but he is like Captain Cash to the point where it's too much. And he's sitting there and he's just standing there straight, standing you're waiting in line at the bank. He's not crouched going to, he's not giving cadence. He's just standing there. It's really fascinating. Go ahead.
I have a question about the Jets passing game. They do have at least one very good wide receiver, and Aaron Rodgers is a future Hall of Fame quarterback. Less than 200 yards passing this week. Didn't have a great game last week either. Why is that?
He was fine yesterday. He wasn't bad. He wasn't great. He just was fine. They're getting Mike Williams in. He's in a play count, and Mike Williams had the play of the game for them. And there was a 3rd and long, and he threw a 50-50 ball, and Mike Williams jumped and did that's why they got him. He jumped over the corner and made the catch, contested catch. So when he comes back, they'll be okay. But the big problem is that they lost their best pass rusher. They lost Jermaine Johnson. He tore his ACL. So now they got that Riddick kid that's holding out, that maybe now they're going to have to actually cave in and give him a deal.
So you wanted to hear from the cornerback, Brandon Eccles?
So Brandon Eccles, you two fools, because you don't watch the games, said that another.
I got it.
Yeah, I know, but you said another interception was the interception of the year. This was the interception of the year.
I think this is. All right.
Levis, deep shot on the way, contested ball, Traylon Burks, but the Jets come away with it.
That doesn't sound better than the one of the Chiefs games.
So the Titans are up 7-0. They're driving. They're on the Jets 8-yard line. Will Levis rolls out. He's under the clutches of one of the Jets defenders and flips the ball behind him. where 8 Jets then go jump on the ball. Then the next possession, he gets it, throws a bomb down the field because they want to get his confidence back, and it's ripped away by Brandon Eccles with one arm. The receiver pulls his helmet off, and Eccles falls to the ground with the ball in his hand. It looked cool.
Well, as bad as you're making Will Levis sound, his coach did not have a problem with his play yesterday.
Oh, no, except for on the sidelines when he was absolutely chewing him a new a-hole.
No, he didn't. He's fine.
Looked very upset on the sideline. I think the camera caught it pretty clear, if I had to guess. Yeah, I was upset. It was dumb. It was the same exact thing he did last week, and he cost us points in the red zone. And that is what it is. He's a grown-up, and he knows better. And so, I was really irritated that he cost us 3 points in a game that we probably needed it.
It was dumb. He did the same thing last week.
He lost his mind.
He cost us points.
You will rarely see a head coach scream at his starting quarterback the way that Will Levis was screamed at. By the way, back to some points they made at the beginning of the game. The Jets played the Patriots, home opener for the Jets on Thursday. They are very susceptible to losing that game. Why? Because the only things the Patriots do well are directly counter to the things that the Jets don't do well. So, for instance, if they just want to run the ball, I don't know that they can't do that. And time of possession has been a big issue for the Jets in these first 2 games, and I have no doubt that the Patriots can control time of possession and make it a very close game and really dominate the line of scrimmage and just not throw the ball. I just wouldn't throw, and just that's what I would do. And the Jets don't have much of a pass rush now that Jermaine Johnson's out, so that might be a break for them. Who knows? They lost Mosley yesterday.
I've seen the video. I just went and deliberately looked at the Jet interception. Kansas City Chiefs interception was way better.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Way better.
Way better.
Way better.
That
was an Odell Beckham Jr. interception.
Yeah.
That was a great athletic play.
He ripped it out of his arms in the air with one hand, and his helmet got taken off.
Yes, it was a very good interception, but not better than the Cincinnati Bengals one.
All right. Well,
you want me to?
That's home cooking.
All right. You want to be the tiebreaker? Go ahead.
Finally go look at the highlight. We'll wait for you to catch up.
Not doing anything else.
Yeah, I know. What the hell are you doing? All right. There's Levis.
Here we
He's
go.
backing up. Here he goes. He's throwing it in the air. That's a 50-50 ball. What's going to happen? Oh, no. Who got it?
No.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even
Brandon
close.
Eccles.
It's not even close.
Look at
Thank
the replay.
you, Hardy.
It's not
You're
even
absolutely-
close.
It's way
Look
better.
at the replay.
The Cincinnati interception is way better than that.
Look at the replay.
I'm looking at it right now.
Get out of here. That's not good.
That's lucky.
It is
That's more
good,
luck than anything.
Not nearly as good as that Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, it's
grab.
luck, so it doesn't count. I didn't say he's the greatest player who ever lived. Yeah, it's luck, whatever, but it was great. All right.
Let's go to Arizona, where both the Rams and Cardinals winless so far in this year. Okay, they both lost week 1, but certainly both wanting to pick up a win here. Rams especially. How would they fare against the Cardinals and Marvin Harrison Jr.?
2 receiver set. Snap to Murray. Pass play. Murray with time. Fires. Deep middle end zone for Harrison. And Harrison made the catch and got his feet down for the touchdown. First NFL score for Marvin Harrison Jr. The first of many to come.
Yeah, maybe that was lucky too. Maybe he just got lucky on that one touchdown.
Fake to Connor. Murray on the rollout. Looking deep for Harrison. Marvin Harrison Jr. to the end zone. Touchdown again!
Yeah, and people were after what the NFL has analyzed too much. People were concerned about Harrison, and by the way, I will say this: say what you will about Kyler Murray, maybe the most enjoyable quarterback to watch in the NFL. He is really something. He scoots around. He threw a touchdown pass where, what did they say? He held it for 7 seconds,
Yes.
and he was like darting all around. By the way, Marvin Harrison, 4 catches, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns. He didn't do anything in the second half, but it didn't matter.
Well, he didn't do anything beyond that. Those 130 yards were in the first quarter.
That's right. Okay, so first
quarter.
Cooper Kupp got hurt. They're already down. Nakua, the Rams are done. You can say goodbye to that team. No, the Rams will not be an issue.
It doesn't seem that way.
No, they are not good.
All right, let's go to the Green Bay Packers game here. Rough stuff going on with Green Bay yesterday.
Willis looks, throws, right side, got his man down the sidelines into the end zone. Dontavian Wicks and the Packers, no flags, lead it by the score of 9-0.
Oh, what's wrong with that? Sounds like things are going pretty well. It was really more of an incident in game with the Packers that the coach talked about after the game.
I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that third down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Matter of fact, the official came over to me, Sean came over to me and said, you know, we saw your center throwing up on the ball. Do you want us to take him out next time? I said, absolutely, please do that, because, I mean, we're talking about a critical situation, and it's third down, and I've never had a throw with vomit on a football. So I don't know. I don't think Malik probably didn't appreciate that.
Maybe you could bring me as a consultant.
Well, when would they take him out? Would they stop the play? They saw him puke on the ball.
No. Stop the play. Give it to the ball boy. And have him hand it to me.
I don't know what the officials could or would do differently next time. He's puking on the ball as he's snapping it.
Worship it.
And the Packers went on to get the win anyway, 16-10 over the Colts.
What did you eat before the game? That's it. Well, it's all part of the negotiation. Yes, I need to know. No, not what you drank, what you ate. Oh, geez, it's like what is this, your first time?
We still have the Raiders game to get to, and the Vikings, and maybe a little bit more on the Giants.
All right. We can come back in just a moment and have all that for you.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots now 1-1 on the season. They lost their home opener to Seattle yesterday, 23-20 in overtime. Jason Myers, a field goal with 4:37 left in bonus time to win it. Patriots visit the Jets on Thursday night. Tua Tagovailoa, according to the NFL Network, will continue his career despite a scary-looking concussion on Thursday night. Red Sox lost to the Yankees at the stadium 5-2. Aaron Judge's 53rd home run of the season. Red Sox have tonight off, and after spending 1 year in Boston, forward James Van Riemsdyk has signed a one-year contract with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Zoll Law Group. Many employees face unfair treatment, discrimination, and even wage theft by the
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, and we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Paul Perillo is really all over this take that Hardy and I had that I don't think they should have called the pass interference in the Kansas City-Cincinnati game. We're getting emails arguing with us. What is Perillo saying now?
Well, you said it was as blatant a PI as ever been in the league. I'm like, oh, stop it. And then Perillo said, okay, maybe the Rams guy that killed the Saints guy in the NFC Championship was worse. Maybe. But now I'm asking Paul which interception was better, the Eccles pick in the Jets game or the interception on Xavier Worthy in the Chiefs game, which, I mean...
I question his knowledge of what's going on around the NFL because of his homerism for the Patriots, and that's really all he has to cover. In fact, I would lean towards my opinion. I think I got my eye on the NFL. I'm not stuck at the dumber stadium all day.
I wouldn't describe Perillo as a homer necessarily. But,
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making it clear.
I've met him a couple times, so I feel I can bust his chops.
I tell you what, I like having those guys available to us. Mike Dussault, Paul Perillo. They know. They know what's
I like
going
Perillo on Felger and Maz. I think it's good.
I think
I like Greg Bedard too on Felger and Maz because he's like the lady in the Marx Brothers movies.
Which lady?
He's like the lady, like the what's I forget her name, but it wouldn't matter anyway. But the lady that just is the foil of Groucho Marx, and like they can always piss her off, and she always manages to get offended.
Oh, she always fries and takes the bait.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Yeah,
that's Bedard. No, you nailed it.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's always solid in taking the bait and taking himself extremely serious.
Yeah.
All right, well...
and that's not a knock on him. I think it's great. I think it's really good. I think it's the best hour of their show all week, to be honest with you.
The Ravens desperately needed a win after losing in week one and then having to go up. Now you're home. Now you got the Raiders and Gardner Jakes Minshew coming in. I mean, certainly you'll be able to handle business there, right?
Minshew in the gun. He's got Zamir White to his right. Brings Mayer into the backfield. The handoff to Zamir. No, Minshew keeps it to the end zone for Adams. And it's caught. Touchdown Raiders. Minshew pulled it out of White's belly. And a quick throw to Devontae in the back middle of the end zone. And the Raiders, with 3:54 to go in the game, are an extra point away from tying this game.
What? Tying the game? Then what happened?
Carlson kick on the way, and it is good! With 27 seconds left, Las Vegas goes up by 3.
Yeah, and Baltimore got the ball back, and they screwed everything up, and they didn't have much time, but they still screwed things up, and Lamar Jackson took too long to get rid of the ball, and then they had this wild play at the end where he just took off with it, and it was bad. They don't look good. Like, just the Ravens were a lot of people's Super Bowl pick. Listen, you can be 0-2 and make the Super Bowl. It doesn't happen all the time.
The schedule is not favorable.
It's not favorable for them, and it just so happens that the Steelers are 2-0. I mean, you're already 2 games down in the division. It just doesn't seem like their year. This is not good. And Gardner Minshew's not a bad quarterback, but he was like electric yesterday.
Yeah, the next 3 weeks are very difficult games.
Not good for people in their knockout pools. A lot of people taking the Bengals in week one. Many people figuring if they had survived week one, well, the Ravens will take care of business in a bounce-back week after suffering a loss in week one. They'll be able to handle the Raiders at home. Bad losses there for people.
That's why you can't get too crazy about. I mean, that's why Vegas, I guess, doesn't either. That's why you can't get too crazy with what happens week to week in the NFL. Like, it's when it's sustained stuff, right? Yes. Because you would go like, oh, okay, or like preseason hype. There's always surprises. It's the witching hour, after all. By the way, Antonio Pierce he's quite frankly fat. You can tell that the grind of this is getting to him. He seems very stressed out.
Yeah.
But that kid, that Jack Jones kid or whatever his name was, that corner that got kicked off the team, the Patriots, so he could be on.
That's Jack Jones.
Yeah, he's all over the place. Jack Jones, all of a sudden, pretty good cornerback. Now that he wants to play.
Well, don't forget he's got that personal relationship with the head coach.
That's what I'm saying.
High school and all.
Yeah, he deliberately got kicked off the Patriots so he could go play for Antonio Pierce, and it's amazing that Antonio Pierce apparently is and this is great as a man or just an adult. you really want only one guy to be able to get you to do anything.
That's right.
It's so like no other coach can work with
play
me
for no
except
other
for this
team.
one particular human being out of the hundreds of millions of people on the planet. This one guy is the one guy that I will play for. It's a good sign of character.
Let's go to Minnesota, where the Vikings were playing host to the San Francisco 49ers. Surprising some people, but
hello,
San Francisco, yoo-hoo.
Roll Robin Williams. He could riff with the best of them.
Surprising some folks by taking the lead into the locker room at halftime.
Darnold under center. Play action to Jones. Back to pass. Bosa picked up. Deep shot. Jefferson. Yes! Caught at the 50. Heads left to the 40. Cuts back to the 25. Heads to the right. He's trying to outrun the Niners. To the 5. Touchdown! A 97-yard touchdown!
Yeah, Jefferson caught that ball. There were two guys in front of him, and he just went, no. And it's not like he blew by him. He, stopped, and they went, huh? And then he just went the other way.
But it was I think maybe that's what Gibson was trying to do in the Patriots game. And on a brilliant play where he still got off for 45 yards, but I think he was maybe thinking about a cutback, except there wasn't anybody in front of him. The guy was behind him, and he slowed down. It was a very strange play, but for Justin Jefferson, absolutely worked. He just did the stop. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to go this way now.
Yeah, he's good. And
picked up one block on his way to the end zone.
He was hurt in the game, but he says he'll be back. Sam Darnold, by the way, is a good quarterback. And this is my point. Geno Smith, I'll say it 3 times today. Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold are all at least average to above average quarterbacks, I'd say. At least they've been playing like that this season. Let's just say this season. Even though Mayfield went to the playoffs and almost beat the Lions in Detroit in the playoffs. I'll tell you this. It just shows these guys have talent. They just get put in these terrible situations, and once they learn the league and things slow down, they always have that talent. And Sam Darnold's not old, by the way. Sam Darnold's 27 years old. So, I mean, and by the way, he wouldn't be playing maybe if J.J. McCarthy hadn't gotten hurt. So, good for Sam Darnold. The Jets certainly screwed him. That bug-eyed creep that was their coach when they had him. And he didn't coach the team. He literally Adam Gase. He would literally just sit with all he cared about was Sam Darnold. He would just sit with him like a lunatic and not address the team. That had to be comfortable for Sam. Now he's finally got a guru, and look at him now.
We're going to wrap things up here with the Giants, who lost again. They're 0-2 to start the season. The Commanders have managed.
We already did that game.
No, we're going to mention one more thing about it, because Wallach had the stat. I don't think you said this on the air, Wallach.
No, I did. I talked about it. They're the second NFL team ever to lose a game where they score 3 touchdowns, don't give up a touchdown.
And it's hard to keep track because, we're just 3 football guys. We can't stop talking pigskin. We're in
you
the
guys
breaks,
want another
we're
fun
talking
fact?
about it.
Yeah, shh.
Shush.
You want another
Shush,
fun?
Wallach. Fred's talking.
You want another fun fact? Fun fact?
Shushing you.
Braylon Allen, Jets running back, kid from Wisconsin, grew up watching the little QB over there. He had 2 touchdowns yesterday. He's the youngest player to have a touchdown in the NFL since 1950.
20 years old.
You shushed us for that?
Just a fact about what happened yesterday.
I still want to hear Brian Daboll talking about his kicker getting hurt.
He thought Graham would be okay. He got hurt chasing down a hamstring. He didn't hurt his groin. He hurt his hamstring.
Are you saying that you can't hurt your hamstring running with favoring your groin?
I'm not a doctor. I mean, anybody can get injured, Jordan. So, again,
he
was chasing. I got you. He was chasing a kickoff return. He pulled his hamstring. I'm not making excuses.
Was your design?
Yeah, we thought he was good. We thought he was good.
Yours or?
Yeah, all the decisions that are made are mine.
And what happens when your kicker gets hurt? Well, on most teams, you just don't kick anymore. Wait a second. I thought a lot of games came down to a field goal kick. Oh, they do, but we don't care.
Yeah, they lost the game. They scored 3 touchdowns, no extra points, and no field goals. So they lost. Good for the Commanders. They're quite an organization. Dayball's going to get fired. He's going to go somewhere else and be very, very good. And that was not Daniel Jones' fault yesterday. A lot of drops in that game. Daniel Jones was fine. Daniel Jones, God knows, Daniel Jones could go somewhere else and be good too. So I don't know. That Malik Neighbors kid dropped the ball on a 4th down, kept them out of that game, lost the game for him. All right, we'll be back. Bob Sosi will be on to talk about your New England Patriots.
to Seattle 23-20 in overtime at Gillette Stadium. Rookie Jalen Polk had his first touchdown catch from Jacoby Brissett in this game, but the quarterback completed only 3 passes to wide receivers all afternoon.
We would like more in our passing game. I got to do a better job of getting a lot of those guys involved in the game plan and throughout the game. So I take responsibility for that.
The Seahawks got a 38-yard field goal from Jason Myers with 55 seconds left in regulation to tie it, and then a 30-yarder from Myers with 4:37 left in the overtime for the win. Patriots now have a quick turnaround. They head to MetLife Stadium on Thursday night to play the New York Jets. Jets are also 1-1. They beat Tennessee yesterday 24-17. The NFL Network reported yesterday Miami quarterback Tua Tagovailoa has no plans to retire despite another scary-looking concussion last week. He's seeing specialists. There is no timeline for his return, but when he's medically cleared, he will. And the Red Sox lost to the Yankees 5-2 at the stadium. Aaron Judge's 53rd home run of the season for the home team. Sox lose 3 of 4 in the Bronx. They sit at 500 with 12 games left. They open up a 3-game road series against Tampa Bay tomorrow night. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Boston Prolotherapy. Don't let joint pain keep you off the court, course, or trail. Eliminate that pain with Dr. Franke of Boston Prolotherapy. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today. If your alarm clock sounds like this, this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, The Sports Hub.
Is that broken now? We were going to play a highlight, ladies and gentlemen, but Hardy stinks stuff. So please
Here's a guy
us.
back to do a thing, and there's a big play for the Patriots.
You know
oh,
what?
my God, that was a big play, Bob.
During the pregame, the something bad happened, with the station cutting out, and they played a brand of funky elevator jazz to fill the spot that was
nice.
quite.
That's an interesting choice.
Was quite delightful. Yeah, it's what is it called when it's unlicensed? You don't
music.
Need,
royalty free.
Royalty-free music.
Yeah,
It was just a combination of instruments playing crap. Bob Sosi is the voice of the New England Patriots. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline, but that's not enough. Bob's Hot Takes are powered by Bigelow Tea. If you want to know what keeps Bob's voice in peak condition, it's his hot cup of Bigelow Tea. Hot Takes and hot tea. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. You know who does a really annoying thing about Bigelow Tea is that Phil Simms. He's on that Mad Dog show, and he really makes Mad Dog.
You're going to start
Incorporated
listening to
it.
something else.
I'm in the car 4 hours an afternoon.
Okay, but it's Mad Dog this and Mad Dog that. And
I don't know. I got Mad Dog fever.
Okay. So, Bob, could you do this for us, please, since my computer froze up? Could you recreate your call of Jacoby Brissett finding Hunter Henry for that 35-yard completion?
Well, Hardy, when I heard you doing your impersonation, I thought I was listening to a highlight of myself.
Well, thank you.
By the way,
It's a nice compliment.
How about that outcome of the Rams game against the Arizona Cardinals yesterday?
I mentioned
Quite the surprise there.
Yeah, I mentioned you on another outlet yesterday on a little side gig. I said the Rams are playing, as my friend Bob says, and the Stillers are also playing today, as my friend Scott calls them.
What is the side gig?
Lithium. When I was on Lithium.
What were you listening to Lithium?
No, but Bob is. We have long made sport of Bob for his short vowel A sound, which the Los Angeles Rams.
Jesus!
Yeah,
I blame Bigelow Tea, quite frankly.
Mark Jones.
His A's would be longer if he didn't use.
If he wasn't swilling down all that tea like a maniac, maybe his throat would be able to pronounce
short.
Bob's got a very sophisticated way with the short A vowel sound.
Not everyone could say Rams. It makes you
Rams.
sound like you're an Ivy League educated
All
gentleman.
right. Enough of you making sport of his stuff. All right, Bob. Why? What did you see from these receivers that they're not being thrown the ball?
Well, first, I would say I think a large part of it is due to the 5 guys, if not 6, who are in trying to block for the quarterback to throw the wide receivers the ball. I mean, we know that the Patriots don't have a lot of speed outside of the wide receiver position. I would say that Tyquan Thornton is a guy the coaches were high on during training camp, but after a couple of catches last week, no effect whatsoever yesterday, and that's something that came up with the broadcast. I'm surprised that Demario Douglas can go through a game without a target because he can quickly uncover. At least he did last year. At least he's been able to do that when we watched him during the training camp practices and in the preseason. And, you know, the other receivers, Polk is not a speed guy. He's a precise route runner, it seems to me, and a strong guy, but just not able to get open in the time that they had yesterday. But I have to be honest with you, I didn't watch the tape. Even if I did watch the tape, I probably wouldn't know when I was saying to put the blame on one or the other. But I just think, like, every time Jacoby Brissett dropped back yesterday, he was under a lot of pressure. As the game went along, it got more, frantic back there for him. Some of the plays he made, and, Hardy, you mentioned the plays to Hunter Henry. A couple of those plays were really remarkably, kept alive by Jacoby Brissett. One in particular, 2 pass rushers come on a blitz between the A-gaps on the other sides of each side of the center, and he somehow splits them and moves up and moves to his right and flips the ball to Henry. There was another similar kind of play where Hunter came back and slid on his knees to make the catch and then popped back up and picked up a first down after that. So to me, I think it all starts up front with the offensive line. If you don't have 5 guys who can block for the quarterback to allow those receivers the time they need to get open, then you can't function as an offense. And maybe there does need to be more creativity to find ways to get Demario Douglas, for example, involved somehow, some way. Mayo alluded to that yesterday in the post-game press conference.
Yeah, we're kind of going backwards in terms of or jumping ahead because first things first, this was a winnable game, and not just because it went to overtime and it was only a 3-point game, but it seems like it was right there. And the way they started the game, it's unorthodox to, be targeting tight ends and ignoring wide receivers, but you did find Polk for the touchdown, and it seemed like the path was there until it just fell apart, and they weren't able to move the football. They weren't able to convert on third downs. And at what point did you, or can you now identify, like, what was it? Is it just the lack of time for Jacoby Brissett? Is it the offensive line, or is there something deeper with the offensive scheme and structure that resulted in the loss yesterday as opposed to a very winnable game?
Well, I'm going to point to several plays that don't involve the offense because I think we know that the offense is short, and they had to play the same way they did against Cincinnati, which was mistake-free, to have a chance, even against Seattle coming across the country for a 10 a.m. game. And by the way, the Seahawks have been very good under Pete Carroll for the most part, but now obviously under Mike McDonald. Sometimes you think about those Pacific Coast time teams coming to the East Coast for the 1 o'clock kickoffs. I think Seattle's won 17 of its last 22 games at 10 a.m. Pacific time for them. So, it's a good team in terms of the way they were prepared. Geno Smith is a much better quarterback than I gave him credit for going into the game, and I thought he played very, very well. But when I go back and I look at the game, and I thought it watching it unfold live, busted coverage, the pass to Metcalf, you cannot allow that to happen. When you're playing with no margin for error, at least a very small margin for error, then you go to the end of the first half. I thought that the clock management, and Gerard was asked about this in his post-game press conference, and I think that, to do it over again, the Patriots would have managed that situation differently. You run the ball on first down, deep in your own end, and then you pass twice, 2 incompletions, stopping the clock each time. That forces a punt out of your end zone. Then the special teams unit, which was so critical to last week's win, gives up a 23-yard punt return. So Seattle is starting that last drive of the first half at its 49-yard line, only needs to go, 25 yards or so to get into field goal range, an easy field goal for Myers, and they score at the end of the first half, similar to the way the Patriots scored at the end of the first half against Cincinnati. And then the other play, of course, is the sack that Brissett takes. That is on the offense, but then you allow the block punt. Especially when the block comes from inside. There's a missed assignment there. So you look at those kind of plays. When you're playing with such a thin margin for error, you can't allow one gaffe like that, let alone 2 or 3. On top of that, I thought yesterday we saw more things that we might have expected in week 1. timeouts because of a 12th defender on the field, guy scrambling out of the field, other timeouts taken, not because you're worried about situation at the end of the half, but because there's some problem procedurally, whether again it's substitutions or the play clock, whatever it might have been during the course of the game early in halves.
All right, so Gerard Mayo talked, and he talked about the call in overtime. I think that this morning he talked about it. He talked about the call in overtime, the pass interference. What was your read on that?
I think on those back shoulder throws, the receiver generally gets the benefit of the doubt unless it's clearly obvious. Obviously, I will say this: Jonathan Jones has been around this league a long time, and I don't see Jonathan Jones complain very often. I don't see him complain even infrequently. And he was obviously adamant on the field, and he was adamant on Instagram after the game as well. I don't subscribe to this situation determines whether you call a penalty, if it's a penalty or not. I'll go back to the earlier pass interference. I thought that ball was uncatchable, the ball in the end zone. It was clearly an interference by Marco Wilson on the receiver, but the ball sailed well out of bounds, and you rarely anymore see the officials rule a pass uncatchable on pass interference. I think that in the case of the overtime situation, again, if it's a penalty, it's a penalty. Jones was certainly adamant that it was not. And I did think the receiver created some room for himself, not much, but I thought he initiated the contact. But he's going to get that call more times than not, it seems to me.
Yeah, when they showed the replay, Bob, on that pass interference, the ball was barely in frame on the slightly close-up version of the replay. I'm like, how is this deemed a catchable ball? I mean, how can they look at that and say, oh yeah, that was legitimate? He stopped him from catching it. No, he didn't. The ball was, I think the ball was out of bounds. It looked like at the 2-yard line.
It was, the ball was on the other. When it landed, it was on the other side of that. The boundary, that wide boundary, near where the photographers were. And the official in that case, he's throwing the flag before the ball, hits the ground, or even I think the ball even reaches the receiver.
Yeah.
And I thought that's the kind of play where maybe upstairs they could correct it. They did not. And again, it was clearly early contact, no doubt about it. The second pass interference on Wilson in as many weeks that proved critical.
All right, so in come the Jets, or the Patriots go out to the Jets. It's their home opener Thursday night, short week. But here's the deal: the Jets have had trouble stopping the run. They've been dominated in time of possession. It took a real bad Tennessee turnover for them to win yesterday, and also a 4th down stop at the end of the game in the red zone. I think this is a very winnable game for the Patriots.
Well, Fred, I would agree that it's a winnable game for the Patriots because of what you mentioned. It's a game of matchups, and I didn't think the Jets' run defense was good last year, and they certainly have not looked good in 2 weeks of this season. It seems like still something is off for them offensively, as much as they've tried to beef things up front, and with Rodgers back at quarterback. It's a short week. I would think it's going to be a relatively simple game plan for each team. It really, from the Patriots' point of view, not that it would vary very much anyway, because they are what they are, and they do have to run first. And I think we're just going to see that again. The concern I have for them on both sides of the ball, though, when it comes to the running game, is are they going to be able to field 5 healthy guys, healthy enough up front? I mean, Vidarian Lowe goes out yesterday. Wallace, the rookie, came in. And, you're going to go into that game with little to no depth whatsoever. I mean, they've had little to no depth to begin with. And now you wonder, who's the backup tackle? Is it Zach Thomas, a guy they claimed off waivers from the Rams right before the season started? And then conversely, the guy like Breece Hall, if Rodgers, particularly with his ability to change place at the line of scrimmage, sees favorable, fronts for him to hand the ball off, well, no Javon Bentley perhaps in the middle of the defense. And I thought the Bentley absence yesterday might have been a big factor in the way that Seattle was able to get a lot of yards over the middle when the Patriots were in zone, and they played a lot of zone yesterday. And it's not to take anything away from Raekwon McMillan, but Bentley has become a much better defender in that area. He's really worked on that. And there's a reason why he plays every snap on defense and has been such a good player for the Patriots. And I think his absence with a lot of those short throws over the middle it might be one of those things that gets easily overlooked in that outcome.
All right, and you think he's out Thursday?
I don't know, but when we're talking about a short week and a guy, only played a series, one full series in the game on Sunday, just yesterday, I mean, it's hard for me to foresee. I don't have any inside knowledge, but I would think it'd be very difficult, very unlikely for somebody to come back having missed as much time as he did yesterday. And it was clear that early on that he was going to be out.
By the way, Hall's yesterday's news. Braylon Allen is the running back now for the New York Jets. I'll have you know. The youngest player since 1950 to score a rushing touchdown in the NFL.
Feel free to add that in on Thursday night.
Yeah, you pepper that in, Bobby.
Maybe we'll just we'll run down the great list of Jets running backs.
Oh,
when I heard
could we ever? Johnny Hester? What?
Hector. Well, I was going to say when I heard the call, their game-winning touchdown, I heard Freeway, and I was thinking Freeman McNeil.
Remember when John on the show said Freeman McNeil was no good, and I went, "You're a moron," and then he went, "No, I'm not," and he looked it up and he went, "Okay," because he's a big jerk off.
Well, you said Freeway, and I thought of the adorable dog on Heart to Heart. That dog captured the hearts of America.
I thought of Freeway of Love, then I thought of Aretha Franklin and her death, and now I'm sad.
Oh, no.
Way to go, Bob. All right.
Hey, you guys mentioned that. I think of the Queen of Soul, and I also think of Stephanie Powers when I think of Heart to Heart.
Oh,
was that the actress in that movie?
Yeah, and as a child, I did not appreciate her beauty, but now as a man, I understand how attractive she was. It was lost on me at the time. As was the women of Dynasty. Yeah. Quite good looking.
Steph Powers and Bob Wagner, the two of them, they had an on-screen chemistry that you could tell translated off the screen too. There's something just worked with those two.
But he was a seducer, that Wagner, and you know what it paid off on the screen. It broke hearts off.
Yeah.
Love him and leave him, Bobby Wagner.
If you could incorporate some heart-to-heart talk Thursday with Zoe, he'd be up for it, I guarantee.
Yeah, Zoe almost as suave as Bob Wagner.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's for sure.
Similar hair.
Yeah, he's like a Bukowski Wagner type. All right, very good. I'll tell you this, Bob. It's always a pleasure. If you need me to fill in any holes in your knowledge this week, I'd be more than happy to. You just reach out. All right, Bobby Sosi.
Guys, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it.
Okay, all right,
thanks, Bob.
He didn't take me up on my offer.
No, he had moved on away from you. He had suffered enough of your foolishness. He was on to other things with his day.
I think that I could have.
I can relate.
I could have, helped them out. I think that I could.
You're going to be insufferable this week.
I think the Patriots are going to win on Thursday.
All right. Well,
how about that?
All right.
He's covered all of his bases. You see,
why am I going to be insufferable this week?
Because you're going to be talking about the minutia of the New York Jets for 4 days.
Yeah, maybe I should, get on. Get on with some guys this week who can knock it around. Talk all 22.
No, what? Yeah, that'd be one thing. You do that.
Yeah, bring a telestrator in here and really knock it out. Talk about which interception was the best on Sunday. We'll get it done. We'll figure it out. All right, look, we'll do the award-winning email segment in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy. Start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
All right, there's a lot of good emails today coming in fast and furious. If you want to, I don't know why you would, but you could email JON at 985thesportshub.com. You can email Hardy at 985thesportshub.com, and you can email Toucher at 985thesportshub.com. Please follow us. Oh, for the love of God, follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Toucher and Hardy, and you can follow me on Instagram at Fred Toucher. And the more followers I get, apparently, the more lucrative all my paid sponsorships get.
Oh,
Kendra
right?
told me with 250,000 followers, you can make $1 million a year.
How about that?
And Hardy, and she said she would know. How would I know? And Hardy, you can find him at Hardy at 98.
At Hardy 985.
8 Hardy 985. Mitch, hard-hitting interview with Adam 12. Well, great interview with 12 about the Jane's Addiction fight he didn't witness. Maybe tomorrow he can talk about what he saw at the JFK assassination or the Battle of the Bulge. That's Mitch from New Bedford. I got a bunch of ones.
He went home to practice his trombone. What do you call it? Going home to blow the horn?
Toot the old trombone.
No.
You still in that band?
Yes.
What band is that?
I play in a jazz combo.
Where are you annoying people next?
Someplace this Saturday. I don't
Really?
No, yeah. Down in at some festival or something. I don't have all the details on yet. I've done
It's Coachella.
I've done two Porch Fests in the last month though. That's been delightful.
Can you imagine being the next door neighbor next to the jazz ensemble? The amateur jazz ensemble?
Where did you get these clips, Artie?
From the Porch Fest.
Are you Dixieland?
It's pretty good, man.
Do you wear barbershop quartet ads? All right, Monday night picks from a bird's eye view. Mark has a good point. I was hoping to get Wallach's opinion on tonight's matchup between the Falcons and Eagles. Thanks, love the show. Can't wait to the Masters weekend for the return of the Boston Sports Club. I already miss it. Any thoughts?
I hadn't considered that. Well, A.J. Brown is out. I know that bothers you and your fantasy
But
team.
between a Falcon and an Eagle, Wallach.
Oh, we got to go with the Eagle. Got to go
Why?
with the Eagle. I like the Eagle.
Because he looks like one.
I've been told I look like an Eagle. We're going with the Eagles.
Yeah. Tima says, hey, Fred, I know that Fred is dead. He says, I know Hardy and Wallach laugh it up at the idea of you dying early, but let's be real. This NFL season could potentially kill you if you are forced to continue to watch every game to harvest content for the show due to your co-hosts' utter laziness and lack of motivation. Doesn't Hardy have 24 other jobs that can help pay for the NFL network? It's bad enough that you have to watch Patriots game against your will, but to be held to the standard of watching every game is asking a bit too much. File this email away for your next contract negotiation. Man, thank you.
I don't know what side he landed on. At first, it sounded like we should be watching every game, but then it seemed he said
He
it's
wants me
too
to
much.
die. He says, Ben, I mentioned how the feed kept getting cut off during the pregame with Gasper and Murray, who were great together, by the way. And it kept going off, and it wasn't so much that it kept going off, is that the terrible music they played. Ben heard it too. Fred, once again, spot on. Thank you, Ben. Ditto is what they say. I think I just made that up. The pregame with Big Jim Murray was funny as him and Gasper crapped on the tech at Splitsville. Oh, you know who's going to love them? Is Dennis. He likes that. He's got a wonderful sense of humor. The broadcast would legitimately drop to deal to real silence. You would hear rapid shuffling and suddenly cue the jazz, generic rock music, or Bon Jovi. At one point, I thought I accidentally changed the station over when suddenly Big Jim would be back in. So he heard that too. Okay, let me see here. We got a bunch of the regulars. I can't pronounce his name, but he emails all the time. Why didn't you guys do the Lions in Tampa game? Campbell making more great decisions and blowing another game. I've been a Lions fan for 50 years now while living in Massachusetts. Finally thought we had a Super Bowl contender, but now I realize It will never happen with this moron heading the team. They made the NFC Championship game and should have won. But I will say this. Ben Johnson's offense, do you think he's still a big head coach candidate next year? It's like the Jets defensive coordinator. Like everyone said he should be a big head coach first 2 games into the season. You're like, this guy's not so brilliant.
That window might be closed. You're only hot for a certain amount of time, and then things can only get down.
And then you can either, well, put it this way, you can either get exposed as a head coach or maybe you get exposed by staying in your current job. Now, there's a third option where you continue to impress in your current job, but if you're going to get exposed, I'd say better to be exposed in your current job, and that way you don't have to, suffer the failure of being a head coach.
But I'd ask you this: who is legitimately better than the Lions in the NFC? That's a question that you cannot answer. There is no one that that is legitimately better than the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I mean,
because the 2-0 teams are not better than the Detroit Lions. New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Seattle, and Philadelphia are not, or Philadelphia maybe. But Minnesota, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, and the Seahawks are not better than the Lions.
Thought it was going to be San Francisco, but they didn't look good yesterday.
No, because teams, you're not going undefeated. And that's the way that it's going.
And you want to talk about some calls. There were some holding calls that were not called against that were committed against the Lions yesterday toward the end of that game, where I'm just like, even on red zone, you can pick them up and you're watching them. But I can't make a case for the league wanting the Buccaneers to succeed over the Lions. I think they were just bad missed calls.
If you ever want to see a team get a lot of stuff, just pop on a Notre Dame game. And see, and that Notre Dame, by the way, lost to Northern Illinois, and they're still in the top 20.
Yeah.
Wait, what else? What else could you do? They lost to some 1AA team. Wait, how the hell are they? They have the worst loss of anybody. The worst loss of anybody. How are they still in the top 20? There's not 20 undefeated teams in D1 that are better than them. They have the worst loss. Jesus Christ, because at the beginning of the season you thought they'd be good, that makes them be a top 20 team? I don't care that it's a 12-team playoff. I mean, it's a joke. So if they beat USC at the end of the year, they're going to the playoff? And some team that another team that has one loss against a real football program has to go sit it out because they're Notre Dame?
That's correct.
And you insist on Notre Dame. The great kids don't even go there anymore. With Notre Dame.
Urlacher's kid goes there. Great starting linebacker. How could you not love them? Come on.
I don't care about Notre Dame. They're not someone. They have the deal with NBC. No one watches those games. They're not very good. It's just annoying. It's you can tell that there is like a mandate to vote for them. That's my 2 cents.
It's been that way forever.
Email here from Kevin.
Eli Cooper Manning's kid, by the way, get a chance to play for Texas. He looked great against Prairie View.
They were very fired up about him. Look how he runs.
Yeah, it's he looked great.
How's that defense? Playing against
Texas San Antonio, not exactly a juggernaut.
Yeah, no. He looked good. There's no question about it, and I don't doubt he'll be very good. And it just so happens he's behind a kid that's probably gonna be a first-round pick. But my Lord, can we slow your roll?
Hello, my name is Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
And my stage name is The Lyrical Therapist. I recorded a song called Touchdown. It's a social media hit, and the song has the potential to be the football anthem in the country.
What did he call it?
Touchdown.
No, what did he describe it as?
A social media hit.
Is it?
Well, I'm requesting airplay on your radio station. Sincerely, Kevin, Lyrical Therapist. Okay, Kevin.
Touchdown!
Always good to identify yourself early so people know what they're listening to.
First down, second down, third down, fourth down, in the air, on the ground, touchdown. First down, second down, third down, fourth down, in the air, on the ground, touchdown. Tom Brady the GOAT, the greatest of all time. 6 Super Bowl rings, accurate pass on the grind.
Timely.
Tom Brady throws the bomb in the air. Gronk catches it in the air. Touchdown. Gronk is looking at the defender with the I beat you stare.
I think I'd slow down on making fun of this. This sounds like someone who's capable of great massacre.
Is this from Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski?
No, well, how about ground and down?
Yeah.
And then how about catches it in the air?
Touchdown.
I would steer clear of making fun of this dude.
I'm not making
I'm
fun.
not
He
catching the
requested
bullet.
airplay on our radio station.
Let's go to Buffalo. Josh Allen, QB. Strong arm, he can run, trust me. He lights up the secondary as if he's smoking cigs. He throws plenty of TDs to Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, that's not happening anymore either.
Wait, Diggs isn't in Buffalo?
Well, the anthems are timeless, you know.
Plus the
what do you
cigarette.
know about the Rockets' red glare and the ramparts and the bursting in the air? It doesn't necessarily mean anything to you today, but it's timeless. This is an anthem, so it's timeless.
It's got that Wesley Willis cadence going on.
Yeah, it's almost like a bad you know who he sounds like, Adam? You're gonna know.
It was even a little like not Cool Keith, but like
Cool
one
Keith,
of his,
Cool
like,
Keith.
yeah, like one of
It's
his
like
alter
Cool
egos,
Keith.
Yeah.
It's like a bad Cool Keith.
In Kansas City, you had Patrick Mahomes, 3-time Super Bowl champ.
Yes.
He's going to shout out Tyreek Hill
Dr. Doom.
on Kansas City next.
Football field he owns. He's agile as a cat on the field he roams. Patrick and Travis Kelce, they move down the field swiftly. Like
Yeah,
Taylor
right, I want to
Swift
hear
selling out
more.
concert
Cool
tickets.
Keith, by the way, has a song
There's only a minute 40 left.
called Papa Large, where he goes,
Big shot on the East Coast.
yeah, he goes, look at the lights. What a night on the town. Cool Keith is legitimately insane.
Yeah. He's been in Bellevue.
Even my kids are fascinated by Cool Keith because you could get off my elevator.
I love
You're
him.
a nosy lady and you're in all my business. I love him. Not a lot of songs in a row.
Sure.
Papa Large is in fact, you come back with Papa Large. I don't even think he swears in it. Papa Large is a fantastic song.
Yeah.
Get Off My Elevator is a great song. Some of Diesel Truckers is great. Put on a whole Cool Keith album. It's a bit
Tough
of
to sit through.
It's a bit of a slug.
Yeah.
He's not. I don't think he's written many things down. It's all free association. Look at all the lights. What a night on the town. He has to get on my elevator. She's a very nosy lady. She's in my business. Obviously, he had a problem with a woman in an elevator.
That's right.
And decided to do a whole song about it.
This woman is being very nosy.
That's exactly what he
That's
says.
right.
Get off. Diesel Truckers. He just talks about one track is about driving a truck, how he drives a diesel truck. It's I don't know. He was at obviously a truck stop.
Oh.
And became fascinated with the big rigs.
Oh. I thought it was like a Shaq situation. Remember when Shaq started driving like an actual diesel
It was the coolest
tractor?
It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. And I'm not being. It's like everyone who drives one of those Tesla joke cars should really take a page. I mean, you're half stepping what Shaquille O'Neal did. Bentleys, Rolls Royces, Ferraris, I don't care. Lamborghinis, 200,000 Maybachs, I don't care what you have. When Shaquille O'Neal was driving a legitimate semi-truck, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was cool.
That was here in Boston, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
He would park it in the parking lot.
Yep.
He would park it in the parking lot at the Garden. Yeah, I'm not kidding. That was actually very cool. All right, we will be back with the stack, and then, Wilder Valderrama has a biography out. Excuse me, I have to go.
Sports possibly have missed from the show. It's time for the Static on Toucher and Hardy.
This is a different version than I'm used to.
It's the Ultramagnetic MC's version. Anyway.
Yeah, the other one's better.
Fucking all that junk. Yeah, I found the fastest one I could find and made sure it was clean.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any swears in that song. You can always go to Rap Genius.
Yes, it's a great resource.
It is a great resource for swears. That's how I vet everything before I let my children hear any swears at 16 and 14. I don't need them hearing any sexual content or
Good
swears
for you, Fred. Good.
on my watch. All right, Hardy, what's going on?
Emmys were last night or Saturday night.
Or as I call them, the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Outstanding drama series. What do you think won?
NCIS Chicago, Blue Bloods, Firehouse MD, The Waltons.
Fire Country.
Forest Fire guy. Yeah, Fire Country. Yeah,
Fire
exactly.
Country.
Hey, old people, look at this thing.
Saint Elsewhere.
Oh, the end of that. It was all just an imagination of a child.
Mm-hmm. No, the winner was Shogun for Outstanding Drama Series.
Of course it was. I've been captivated by that since I've never heard of it.
Outstanding Comedy Series.
I know who won this, and I'll tell you, what a piece of garbage. I'm not even making a joke about it.
Okay, so it beat out Abbott Elementary, Curb Your Enthusiasm, Only Murders in the Building, and What We Do in the Shadows, all supposed to be good shows. I've only watched a couple episodes of each of those, but the winner was Hacks.
On a plane, a long plane ride, I attempted to watch Hacks, and it's something that I wanted to like. Like, I didn't go into it like thinking it would be corny. I didn't like it. And it was just bad. And I like the actress. There's nothing particularly wrong with it.
Jean Smart, because she won lead actress in a comedy series.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like Corduroy Tom.
John Oliver had his.
Everyone watches that show. Everyone watches the John Oliver show. It's water cooler stuff.
Very unfortunate moment for John Oliver during his speech.
I also want to thank, it's going to be very silly, our dog. We had the most fantastic dog, and she was at our wedding, and she got us through a pandemic. She was with us for the 2 pregnancies, and perfect choice of music. We had to say goodbye to her. And it is, I feel like Sarah McLachlan right now.
Yeah, why don't you try to get the crowd more on your side? Boo. Remember when Jon Stewart on the show that it's copying, The Daily Show, famously not so long ago gave the touching tribute to his dog in which he wept? Maybe John Oliver, who was certainly aware of that, as his show requires on watching everything remotely connected to the news, he would know that. And his dog dying is a way to try to milk the audience out of tears. I don't care for it. I don't think he's funny at all.
But he did reference Sarah McLachlan, and I'm there for that.
Have you ever played this song in front of a woman?
No.
They do not want to hear it because of the ASPCA commercials. It makes me think of the commercial. Yeah, I adopted a dog. No big whoop.
And then you put it outside.
That I think about that often. How you don't think dogs should be outside.
I don't think you should leave for work at 5:30 in the morning, put the dog outside, and leave it out there for 5.5 hours.
It's a fenced-in yard.
Yeah.
Why is it better inside by itself than it is outside?
They could get into trouble.
I really am. I think about that sometimes. Like, did Hardy have a point? And I can't come up with one. I'm like, the dog is so much better outside, like happier. There's stuff to do.
And it was during a warm spell. It was going to be up to like 85 degrees by the time.
By the time I got home, it was going to be to 85 degrees.
Yeah, it's too warm.
It's too warm.
It is.
So what if my dog lived in Arizona and I would have to take it outside and it was 100 degrees? Would it die?
Would you leave it
Would you
outside?
leave it
No,
outside?
not in 100-degree weather.
Well, that's a bad
At what
example.
po- at what-
But if I put it inside, what if? I guess it's a bad example because you would have it there. But like, what about houses that don't have air conditioning and it gets like super hot in the house? Then you got to put the dog outside, and it's hot outside too. What about dogs that don't have a home? What about dogs that live in parts of the country or the world that there is no air conditioning?
Leaving a dog inside without air conditioning is not the same as leaving it in a car with the windows up. I mean, the home is insulated, so it doesn't get as hot inside your house as it is outside.
Well, no, absolutely it does.
No, it doesn't.
With the breeze, absolutely. In the shade, absolutely it's colder outside. Absolutely.
So on a 95-degree day, after your house is cooled off during the night and remains cool inside somewhat because of the insulation, you're saying it's cooler outside than it is inside?
And do the right thing. They're not hanging out inside. They're going outside because it's so. If they go inside, it's to put ice on their
Do you know
heads.
where it's even shadier than under a tree outside? In your house, which is completely shaded. It's called a roof.
Don't people go outside when it's hot and they don't have air conditioning, Adam?
Wow.
I didn't see that.
Keep me on my toes today, man.
Wow. How about that? How about this? In the Middle East, they sleep on the roofs of their homes. How do I know that? Because
you watched Jewel of the Nile, which is a delightful Michael Douglas, Kathleen Turner vehicle.
Tour de force by Danny DeVito.
One of my
Flying Karamazov
one of the
brothers
Chaldean
are in it.
kids I grew up with, his father would listen to the music of their native Iraq, and there was a song that went boom, like it sounded like that to me, and apparently it was about my wife fell off the roof. What it was about was it was a tragic song about how during the night the man's wife had rolled off the roof to her death because they were sleeping on the roof of the home. So, I mean, people do go outside.
Yes, they do. What do they tell you to do when it's going to be a hot day? Did they tell you to leave the pets outside or to bring them inside?
No, you bring them inside, but I don't think 85 degrees is too hot for an animal.
All right.
We'll agree to disagree.
An announcement yesterday from a local announcer.
After 42 seasons and I think somewhere about 6,500 games, I've decided to retire from a regular broadcast schedule. I'll still be around. Red Sox have been so gracious. They're letting me continue as an ambassador, doing special events or whatever they have in mind. Still formulating that and maybe even fill in on an occasional game here or there.
There you go.
Oh, wow. And so that's a man who's called 6,000 some odd games, announcing his retirement after decades and decades on the job. And why didn't he take a page out of Sean Grandy's book and start openly crying and carrying on when the season was ending?
Well, wait until the last game of the season. Maybe you will. Maybe you'll get your wish.
Is this it?
It's over. The Boston Celtics swarmed the floor. All year they said this team couldn't win in the clutch. They said they couldn't win at home. And in game 4 in the final.
Well,
are you gonna? If you talk to Grandy, are you gonna tell him he's a lunatic for that?
I won't use those words. I will ask.
If he comes back,
Sean, it sounded like you were leaving.
I mean, a guy just retired. It's been his. Hang on a second. I don't want to stop right now. The guy just retired, Castiglione. It's been his, like, literally his life, like his whole life, his existence. His existence has been as this guy doing this thing. And he goes like, "Hey, everybody, I'll be retiring, and they've been very gracious. They're going to bring me back." And Grandy's like, "The season ended. Yeah, they'll put this on my tombstone." Lunatic. Well, congratulations to Joe Castiglione. Obviously a class act.
Baseball Hall of Famer.
Yep. So
and he'll be around.
So congratulations to him, and happy retirement. And you handled it like a true pro. And to that, and unlike Sean Grandy, who was absolutely self-serving and terrible at the end. That'll do it for us. Everyone have a great day.
The
Bye.
23 years I've spent with you guys has been, with the exception of being a dad,